Welcome to the second session on PMP. My name is and I'll be the teaching assistant for today. If I'm all loud and clear, please respond as yes on the chat window. Thank you so much for the confirmation. Let me go from the presenter rise to our trainer. Hi Sachin, how are you?
I'm still live. So.
Great. What do you know?
Okay, thank you. Hey, good morning. Give me a yes, please. I'm feeling good. Yeah. Hi. Yes, so also yesterday. So yesterday, we were doing that batch the first day yesterday, right? You must have realized that by the end of the first day, I was pretty bad, right? Because I was sneezing, all that. Medication, but not helping that much. Severe headaches and all that. But I'll be taking up the patch. Yeah. Uh, not weekends. Not on weekends. Take 5 6 days, and luckily I have Monday Tuesday with me, so probably tomorrow and the after do nothing but sleep. Uh, for today, so matches today. So one is this. Then I have the 7:30 to 11:30 in the evening. Yes, I'll be good, Gaurav. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a very quick review of what we did yesterday, and probably we'll take it from there. So, just to start off, we when we started today, we started with a base presentation, which tells you a few things about me. Voice is clear, right? So you guys can hear me. Fantastic. Okay. Okay. So when we got started, we actually got it started with a base presentation in which there was about me, then there were a couple of slides about we learn and how we stand today, what's our strength, people, apart, and finally we also talked about you guys. So read a few of your messages about your experiences, your industries, and realized that we were mostly the first to PMP course. So that from the very first lesson that we did, and afterwards we went on to two LMS. I told you almost everything which is there inside the LMS, the learning management system. I told you about the OSL. I told you download section. I told you about various different components, right? How you can get in touch with us, from where you can download the projects, the slides, Naveen, rest of the people, can you hear me? Yeah, to reconnect your audio, probably. Yeah, maybe we can not able to hear us. Bigger. Okay, try a different approach here. Is that, yeah, the microphone close to my mouth, so, yeah, loud and clear? Good. Okay, that was the second area. So we talked about the interface, we talked about the LMS, how do we log in, we talked about from where we can get the projects and the rest of the documents, the download sections, all that. the classes, the live virtual classes, how from where you can download the recordings, how you can view those recordings. So there is no video on the screen. Stay with me. I'm just revising. Know, and uh, yes. Oh, Rahul, thank you so much for joining in. Welcome. Can start 2 years technical support. So that should do. That should do. Okay. So that's the second one. And then we started our very first chapter, right? So the chapter was about the foundation. So it's basically to discuss, the PMI and things, a few things about PMP certification, identify the application requirements for PMP, list of the guidelines that we had to fill up the PMP application. Also talked about the exam outline and syllabus, that how many questions comes from where, we talked about all those areas. And we talked about what the project is, right? So we discussed about that point that project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. I took you to the Excel, if you remember, and talked about the entire framework there. Now, that framework will help you not only today, but in classes and probably throughout your life. I mean, so because it's something that you would be do over and over again in all your projects, right? So we talked about that framework, and we talked about the roles of the project manager, right? So what a project manager does and what project management is, right? And the project management benefits project delivery. So we talked about that it happens within time, within budget, within resources. These are the benefits of doing the project management or applying project management into your project delivery, right? So we were supposed to do the portfolio programs and projects, the difference between these three, but we couldn't do that yesterday because we were running short on time. So we'll probably do that today. We will also talk about the stakeholders today. So these are a couple things that we're going to do, but still things we did yesterday. So that was yesterday, and I hope it will help you to recall, what all things that we did yesterday, right? We're going to start with where we left. We're going to start off where we left yesterday. So we'll probably be starting with uh, the slide where we were. Okay. We were roles of the project manager, right? So we're going to begin with this. So I'm going to share my screen real quick with you, and please let me know when you can see my screen. Okay, so I have all the rest of the people as well who have joined today. Ritesh, 14 years of experience, Gemini from Mumbai. Uh, Charter same as project scope? No, it is not. I'll talk about project charters and project scope for now, right? Uh, we will put them later. We know years. Welcome, sir. So we have Rahul. Rahul has 6 years of experience. So these are 3 new participants today. Else who didn't join yesterday and joined today here? Because actually we have 45 participants today. So yesterday we had about 38. So we have people is as well who have today. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to share my screen with you quick, and I want you to let me know when you can see my screen. So my screen on 2, 1 now. That window, please. Okay, good. So yes, very good. So the last slide, that was the last slide, right? The roles of the project manager. So we got that slide, right? The full responsibility and accountability of the project. He applies the lessons learned. He defines the roles and responsibilities, leads the planning activities, met the project team members. The effective change control. So that is what a project manager does, and still people come back and ask you, so what is your role in the project? What do you do? So we talked about that IPL example yesterday. Yeah. Okay. So last slide. Now, so what happened in Pinbox 6, as we all know that we are doing PMBOK 6 now. What has been here is that, when it comes to controlling, controls initially used to be completely 100% with project manager. Now, what PMI has done is that it has distributed controls, not only, so the control not only with the project manager now, but it's also distributed with the team. So if you talk about from the control perspective, the agile came into the picture now. Now you must have heard about the term agile, right? So it is like iterations and people do their stuff. They are responsible for, yep, they, yeah, people are responsible for, yes. So it is basically empowered approach. So the that's been included in project management in box 6. So if you would see the next slide, which is given here, the role of the project manager, is the PMBOK version 6 emphasizes agile and adaptive practices, emphasizes the role of a project manager as a controller, right? Responsible for monitoring and managing, particularly around risk, stakeholders, and communication. So, mainly, now you would see the role of project manager is more centralized to the risk management, the stakeholder management, and the communication management. I think it has been distributed with the team members, right, after the incorporation of agile and adaptive practices, right? So what now is that we can have those multiple iterations, multiple sprints, multiple phases in project, or still the unique characteristic of the project would remain the same. So the output would still remain the same, but in the execution and the planning of the project, we might have more people who self-empowered. Yeah. So difficulty in hearing me out, guys? No, you can hear me, right? Yeah. Okay. So skill of the project manager as per PMBOK 6 now. So if we talk more about the management skills now this is an important screen. I want you guys to take a snapshot of that. So that's the PMI talent triangle. Triangle. So that is something which actually came up with the PMBOK 6, right? It says that the project manager needs to show the traits in 3 areas, right? So there are 3 different skill sets be there with every project manager. Now, what are those? So you have technical project management as one of the skill sets, initiative as the other one, and the strategic and business management as the third one. So you have the technical skills, so you know everything which is there inside PMBOK, the technical part. You need the strategic and business management, so you should have that acumen, business acumen, and basic business understanding. That's the second part. And then you need to show the leadership. Leadership like motivate your guide them, facilitate them, do the proper communication, resolve the conflict, emotional intelligence, critical thinking. So these are the traits the project manager needs to show, right? So that's a very important thing because there would often be questions which ask that out of the following, which is not a part of the PMI talent triangle. So you'll only be able to do that when you know. Yeah, to all 3 of those. I'm just trying to express. Yeah. So here is that is that there are 3 different areas, right? Some technical skills. So what are the technical skills that a project manager needs to have? He should know everything which is there inside the PMBOK guide. That's the technical skill set. Yesterday we've been talking about that, and I plotted that Excel in front of you. So we had the 5 process groups and the 10 knowledge areas, 49 processes, and could actually write all those 49 processes without looking at or changing the screen, right? So I would actually write them, and people come back to me and ask me, how you remember 49 processes. because that is what the core technical skills are. So, technically, a project manager should the entire framework. That's the technical skill sets. Now, when it comes to strategic and business management, you need basic business acumen. The basic acumen, what I mean by that is that your mindset should of a business guy, right? Uh, you work in a project, you work to gain the profit out of it, right? So from that perspective, you have to design so you can actually help your organization making more profit or value by going into that particular project, right? That is what the business acumen means. Now, business management, you should be able to manage your vendors, you should be able to manage the contracts, you should be able to draft the contracts, you should be able to negotiate with people, you should be able to get the best deals, right? So these are the basic business management skills that you need to have. You need to have vision of where I would land after 6 months, right? And you should also have the strategic alignment that how I would reach to that landmark in 6 months. So what would be my strategy, right? So these are with perspective to the business, obviously, right? Skills can be a part of the business acumen. Yes, yeah, pretty much. Strategic and the business management. Then comes leadership. Lead, that's probably the biggest of the traits nowadays. Why? Because a person who is a good people would be a good project manager. So what I'm here is that you as a project manager that leadership skill, right? So to represent yourself as a leader, and people should accept you as a leader, and they're willing to work with you. Right? So, and you should be able to motivate your team. You should be able to guide your team, right? In soft skills, you should know how to communicate. So your communication skills needs to be at par, right? And you should be a good facilitator because this is most challenging things in the project, right? That how to make people sit together and work together. That trust me, that's a very difficult thing because people come from different backgrounds, different mindsets, and maybe people may or may not like each other, and you need to make them work together, right? So you need to facilitate that environment, foster that environment wherein people could do so, right? So that's again a soft skill that you need to have. Conflict resolution, that's a very important part. So you need to all the techniques of resolving the conflicts, ranging from smoothing to withdrawing to forcing to all of those, right? We're going to talk about conflict resolution, and we'll actually come to the resource management. So the details of that. So, but this is again something that you should have as one of the components of your leadership skills. Right? And you have emotional intelligence, that how you use the current emotional situation in of the project. An example of that, because we are in India, right? So take out. Uh, do you remember? And most are very young at that point of time. Anybody who remembers Indira Gandhi's assassination? Remember that? Uh, I don't know your age at that point of time. I was like 9 years, 9 years. So 1983, 1974. I was, yes. Hmm. So when the assassination happened, when the assassination of Mrs. Gandhi, she was the Prime Minister of India, right? In 1983, when her assassination happened, all furious. People were like aged out. They were angry because she was a very uh, she was a very popular leader, right? And she was assassinated. People showed a lot of anger. Now that emotional 93, 1984, yeah. So, so in fact, were angry, very angry. That's an emotional state, right? So when people are angry, and that's the time when those general elections happen. Right? So Congress, the party which Mrs. Indira Gandhi belongs to, right? That party actually came into the power with almost double number of seats. Right? People were furious, and they all. So what Congress ended up doing was to channelize emotional quotient of the current emotion of the people, analyzed it and converted that emotion into votes, right? And that's where Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, the son of Mr. He came to power, and he almost swept the entire parliament. So if you remember about the elections of 1984, when I am that you were very young, I was very young. I was only about 10 years, you know. So this political party in India actually used the emotional state of the people, state of the people with election. And recently, the Arvind Kejriwal did. In 14, when elections in Delhi happened, or the elections of Delhi happened, right? He also used the actions of the people and converted them into votes. And out of 70, he ended up winning 67 seats. Right? Uh, Amazing. I mean, so that is the biggest of the victory that a political party ever had in Delhi. Yeah. So that is called emotional intelligence. That how intelligent you are to use the current emotional state of the team members or of the stakeholders, and channel them towards the success of the project. So that is emotional intelligence. You understood, guys? And you must, quite a few cases, just like at the time of wars, if there is a casualty that happens, know, that blood of the rest of the soldiers, and they go straight at, start fire all that anger, So that is the emotional intelligence that a manager needs to have. Then you need to have critical thinking. What, moment a risk is realized, the moment it converts into issue, how you are in handling that. That is critical thinking. How you can, how fast and how critical decisions you make. So it's a quotient in your leadership. But the technical skills, strategic and business management, leadership. These are the PMP talent triangles. So, that's what it is. Is it understood, guys? Trump was basically a different case. I mean, so Trump had people who hate him, then he had more people who love him. So Trump was a completely different case. So, but I'm that bad as a president. So you guys know because you live in the U.S. Questions like which out of the following is not a part of the PMI talent triangle? So you only tell that when you what are the parts of the triangle? Yeah, that came from here. That was about the PMI talent triangle. Move on to why do the project fail? So why we have those failures? 2013, the ratio was 78%. So 178% projects were failed and only 22 were successful. So we need to know that why they fail. Like information or what? Mm. Need basic management terms, strategic and business management. Some work. Okay, no problem. Just me here. The colors in the that it doesn't have any specific reason. It's just people's choice to have those colors. So do anything with that. What are other responsibilities which are distributed with the team? Okay. Uh, what about projects in India? What percentage? I don't know. Read, I read a Times magazine article which was published in 2014, and it contained the data about the projects of 20. Right, so it showed that around 78% of the project worldwide, right? Back to what are the responsibilities which has been distributed with the team. They are ranging from determining what all things should be in the scope to all activities we should carry out to what should be sequenced to what should final schedule to what should be the limit of the activities, right? All that is distributed with the team. Yeah. The research has identified the following top reasons for the project failures. So, for the research says, statements are ambiguous, misunderstood, or incorrect. That's four reasons of the project failure. When the requirements are ambiguous, they are not clear, they are misunderstood. Right? Cost and schedule goes out of your hand. I mean, so when you are not able to control the schedule, you are screwed big time, right? Co-creep, spontaneously involved in the project strategy and the direction. Project non-existent, out of date, incomplete, or poorly constructed. Now, that's a point that I would really think should be on the top. We've seen certified PMPs, and I'm not naming them here, but I can tell you, those people are certified PMPs working on projects for the last decade or so. Go to them, and when you say, okay, show me your project plan, right? This guy would show you an Excel or maybe a Microsoft project plan. Then you say, okay, so why this plan is not updated? And this guy is, okay, so that was for the customer. So we took an approval on this plan. Now we are doing as per our own, the list of activities that we have with us. So we are working as per that. I said, okay, so what point of having this plan then? What you're going to do with this plan now? Right? This was just for the information of the customer. So their plan, see the variances as per the plan. They make the cap plans as per the plan, right? What they are only following a laundry list, right? That is our project management. Yeah. So you have $1 million project, and you can't simply run that in air. You have a consolidated ground for that, and you need a project plan which is distributed with all the stakeholders and all the people who are involved in the project, and they should be working as per the project plan. So at times, what is that your project plan says that today you need to do the X activity. Now when you update, the gentleman says, I didn't do the X, but I did Y instead. And you back and you ask, okay, so why you did Y? Y was coming the next week. I had the room to do Y, so I did Y. I'll do X next week. And that's a very common response that you get from the people. Why? Because whether any other technology, I mean philosophy. The point is that you have to stick to the plan, right? And you have to work what is written in the plan, and then working your way, and then just updating the plan. That so I've done this. Instead of doing that, I've done this. That doesn't work, right? So you need to have a plan. A plan can be followed, a realistic plan, a constructed plan, and that's why I keep on, people to start using a project management tool. Please do that. Please use project management tool. Use any of those. To use one at least, right? Frequencies of assigned project manager. So if the project manager changes very frequently, you are bound to fail, right? Project teams, external or in-house resources whose response and relationships are not clearly defined in writing. No definition of the benefits and the that will produce them. Who will change control and inappropriate or insufficient skills? Yeah. What is a project management tool? I never heard about Trello. What is that? Microsoft Project, Primavera, Rational, SAP PS, APM. I told you 5. Somebody asked me couple, right? Yeah, there are more. Many more. If you have Agile, you can use Jira, you can use, yeah, we use good, yeah, tools. But I would recommend you to use at least one of those one. MPP is a very good tool. Max is fantastic tool. And I'm a Microsoft Certified Technology Specialist of Microsoft Project. So if anyone wants to, learn project, you know the guy, right? PPM MPP is different. Yeah. Yes. Fine. Yeah. You can the Microsoft Project 360 and 2016 both can be used online. It's PML. At times yes, at times no. So both. Okay. So this is why the project failed, guys. Okay. Moving on. So there are some things right now. PM responsibility which conflicts with commercial rules. Uh, uh, and that's specifically to a question here, guys, about the project management responsibilities against the Scrum Master responsibilities. You see, these are two very different philosophies, right? So, if you look at from the perspective of the project, would either go, pure agile or a pure Scrum, could go the project management way, the waterfall you call it, or detail planning, build planned projects, you know. So if you talk about philosophies, as per the organization type and as per the powers of the project managers, those would be defined, right? Now, project manager himself can be a scrum master, right? Yeah, that's manager can be a scrum master, right? If the same guy, he would use the luxury of you know both the parts. Forget Scrum. So out of the scope of the presentation, guys. Let's not go into the Scrum. Somebody asked that question. I just answered it. So but I would prefer not to go into the Scrums right now, right? I differently for Scrum, guys. Okay, this session about estimating cost and um, cost. Okay, so let's do one thing. Is it? What we do is we'll talk about that factor, and I'll come back to your question when we go to the scheduling and the costing part, right? That's a very basic start right now. So yeah, so probably I would not like to go into details right now because I need to make sure that we all are on the same page so that we can in we can more involved in the conversation. So let's leave that at a later stage. Yeah, but I'll come back to this. Okay. Scrums right now. Forget about Scrums. Let's see. So let's go on with the course, which is more about project management, and we'll come back to that Agile part and the Scrum part, up later. Okay. So reasons why some of the projects fail, guys. So I'm going to move on a bit here, and we'll about the portfolios, programs, and projects. Now, this gives a couple of marks in the examination. So what I want you to do, I want you guys to hold your questions for the next 10 minutes. And I want you guys to please focus on what I'm saying. Can we do that? Yeah. Yes. I'm going to answer all your questions, but you those after 10 minutes. First, we understand that what are police programs and projects and how these three things are different from each other. Because there are a couple of marks in the examination, trust you me. Yeah, I'm going to move the chat absolutely off. So I'm going to switch off the window. That should help you. We in project management. One is called the project, the other one is called the program, the third one is called the portfolio. So if you try then the project management and program management and portfolio management, few of those details are given here. But before we go further, I would like to discuss a few things here. You first understand that is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. That is the definition of the project, right? And the management would be the skills, knowledge, tools, and techniques to all the project activities to meet project requirements. So I hope you can recall that because we talked about it yesterday. So these are the definitions of the project and the project management. Now, when it comes to program, so let's start with the program. All you need to remember is a couple of things. Remember is that whenever the question in the exam talk about interrelated projects, when I talks about, and I hope you guys are making notes, right? I hope you have copy and pen ready with you, and yeah, those notes, these would really help. So whenever project question is talking about interrelated projects which managed together or managed in a coordinated way and with benefits and controls that you do them individually, that the question is talking about a program. As I said, because I know you will not be able to follow fast. Saying it again is a combination of interrelated projects. Word here, that the related project. So, a project matched in a coordinated way to obtain the benefits and controls which is not possible to do them individually. That's a program. Is that, could you follow what I just said? Yeah? Once more? Yeah, okay. I'll do that. So I out. A program combination of interrelated projects managed in a coordinated way to the benefits and control is not possible by doing those projects individually. So if those projects separately, individually, you would never have that level of benefit that you get when you do that as a group. When you manage them together, you have more benefit. If you do them individually, you have no benefit at all. Right? That is the reason as to why you club them and make them a single program. Now, an example to understand what I just said. That should help you, right? So let's take an example. Okay, so there is just stay with me. Okay, I got it. There is the company called Magneti Marelli. You heard about that company? Anyone? Magneti? No? Nobody? Okay, what? Is that's a bill, company who work field of automobiles, and who makes the dashboard clusters. So that specialities. Yeah, so Derek. Makes those dashboard clusters and AMT boxes, transmission boxes, right? the major products that they have. Now comes to when it's to the dashboard cluster. You in the dashboard cluster, right? So that's the first thing that you see when you enter your car, right? So when you sit in your car, you have a cluster in front of you. Now that has quite a few of those features. So seat belt indicator, a door ajar, left and right indicators, hazard lights, technos. You have the fuel gauge, you have the engine temperature gauge, right? So and there can be many more of these, right? So depends what car it is. So we make them for various different companies. They do for Mitsubishi, they do it for Fiat, of course, they do it for Jaguars, they do it for Rolls Royce, they make it for Ferrari, right? So they those dashboard clusters for all of these companies. Right? Now, if you take a dashboard cluster, you would know that each of those features, just like the turn indicators, hazard lights, warning lamps, right? All these are separate projects. You know this? Separate projects. These are these are planned separately, but when it comes to execution, they are executed as program. Why? Because that cluster of the projects are interrelated. So one won't work without the other, right? So because they'll be onto a same platform at the end of the day. Right? So these are different projects and together in order to get the controls and the benefits, which is not possible if you do them individually. Just like if you make only the turn indicator, would that help you? Or if you make a hazard light indicator, it? No. But when you club all of these projects together and you make after a dashboard cluster, you can sell that cluster, right? That need of and the benefit and the control that you get when you club them. So it should give you some value. So there is a program, has to be a justification of why I'm, clubbing all those interrelated projects. That is program. Is that 1, 2, 3? Anderson, can you hear me? You, but there are few who keeps on complaining about that my voice is breaking. So I just checked my internet connection. So it says like 44 Mbps. So I believe it should be good. Yeah. Okay. Simple Excel will be one individual managed services. Which is project. If you manage 5, and it will be MS program. Not like that. There has to be. That's what I'm saying, Bharat. What I'm saying is that you can club 5 or 15 or 50 or 500. There's a reason why we are doing it. What's the value addition that does, or what's the value that it brings to the table if you club them? Benefit. And they need, yep, they need related. One project to the other one. Just like for magnetic really, all those projects are interrelated projects, right? They'll be integrated onto the same platform. So these are all related projects. Yes, please. Okay, thank you. On. Okay, so yeah, ask me. They would have a common pedigree of yes, yes. You okay? Good. Two digital products, but for the same client can be clubbed as no. Until they brings out the value. Because two products for a company may not be interrelated. is an output result, and a program is it's basic a philosophy. It is managed that. No, MS is not a program. No, it wasn't. It was not a program. You know why? Because why Office was not a program? Because I was a part of Microsoft when we were doing Office 2007. So I can tell a lot of things about Microsoft here. If you talk about MS Office, Microsoft Office suite, say 2007, each products, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access, Outlook, Dynamics, Project, everything, right? Visio, right? These all individual, products. These are individual projects, right? And they clubbed them not because they were interrelated. Not, and when we were executing them, we were not executing them as a group. This was actually happening individually. So the development of MS Word was happening in California, whereas Excel, more of the development was happening here in India, in Bangalore. Right? So there was such interaction, and it would not bring out any real fruit if you club them. Right? So that's different. Now, the is basically a program and basically a portfolio. And just come back to it in just a minute. So if you understand what a portfolio means, it would be far easier for you to understand that how it is different from programs and the projects. So that's a portfolio. Yeah. What about portfolios now, guys? So what are portfolios? Let's talk about definition. When the question says a keyword. Now, for a key phrase, what is the phrase? Strategic business objectives. The moment the question is strategic business objectives, it is portfolio. Simple as portfolio. Strategic business objectives, it is portfolio. Now, the definition of the portfolio is combination of related or related projects, programs, and other work of related or non-related. The things they are not related at all, right? Non-related programs, projects, and other operational work in order to achieve a strategic business objective. That is called portfolio. You know? So I said, yeah, I'm saying that again, and I need to pull down that chat windows. So programs and projects comes under portfolio. They may different service relationship with them are customer. You can consider RAM or portfolio. So portfolio, yes, it is. Repeating that, I'm repeating that. So the definition is that a combination of related or related. Related can be non-related as well. Progress and other work together in order to achieve a strategic business objective. Portfolio. Is that now? If the organizational strategy, then it is a portfolio. And that will clear out doubt. Just give it, then we can probably talk about it, right? Okay. So, mm, stay with me. Okay. Okay. So, a company called Ford. You heard about Ford Motors, right? Yeah. The Ford has a division. They call it Ford Asia. Ford Asia. Then you have Ford Europe. Then you have Ford China, Ford, Pacific, Asia Pacific, right? So you various different, uh, you know, of Ford. Ford, when they report profits and their losses, and they they're high performing, right? As per the region, they do it a region, right? They would say the uh, the revenue from the food Asia is say 500 million. Okay. I'm just giving an example. Now the food Asia gives you 500 million. It would say Ford plus Ford Pakistan plus Ford Bangladesh plus Ford Sri Lanka plus the Ford gives you 500 million. No, no. They simply say that Asia gives you 500 million. Right? Now, if you bifurcate uh, the Ford group, you would it has Ford India, Ford Pan, Ford Bangladesh, it has Ford Thailand, it has Ford Malaysia. So all that comes under Ford Asia. Correct? You agree? Yeah. Now, what relationship between projects which are happening between Ford India and Ford Thailand? Is there an interconnection between those? No, because we play different Ford models here in India and absolutely different Ford models in Thailand. Correct? But they're still in the same group. Why? Because the because Ford's idea them as a single group to common business objective. Yeah, that is German. So there is a portfolio. It is not RAM. Make sense, guys? Give me a yes, please. Yes, here, pretty good. Yeah, they have a portfolio of cars. So you have the uh, SUVs, then you have MPVs, then you have sedans, then you have the hatchbacks. Can be a program if those projects are. I'll give you another example of programs. About Reliance Industries, and in India, I must have heard about Reliance Industries. Yeah, the biggest refinery in Asia. It's called Nagar Refinery. One of my very customers, right? So I visit Jamnagar Refinery at least 3 times in a year. Every year. Right? So refinery is a program. That's a program because there are many projects which are running inside that, right? And the interrelated projects, and based on the refinery level to get fits which are not possible if you do them individually because they are doing expansion. That's 33, right? So making, expanding the refinery. After it would probably the biggest refinery in the world, right? The biggest in the Asia. So IT example is that when you do a complete product for any of your customer, just like I'll tell you, if a customer ask you to give him a complete banking system. Yeah, system. Now, banking system will have multiple of those projects. One be for the data warehousing, one would be for the interfaces, one would be for security, one would be for uh, authentication, one be for interaction between this bank and the NRBIs and other banks. There would be a lot of different projects, right? Now, these all projects are interrelated. Manage them as a single unit rather than managing them individually. So I would have a program manager who manage my bank, RBS, Royal Bank of Scotland, right? So if RBS is my if my customer, I'll give him a program manager rather than a project manager. Make sense? Yeah. So now port can be related or non-related. So read this and you would understand. So program portfolios and projects, they operate together to deliver benefits to the business. Now, management is the centralized, coordinated management of a program to achieve the program's strategic objectives and benefits that involves aligning multiple projects to achieve the program goals and allow to optimize or integrate the cost, schedule, and effort. So you have the all the projects and you see what would be the total cost, what would be the total timeline, right? Then if projects in a program have common deliverable or the capability, projects with loose association are called a portfolio of the projects. That means if projects are not related, it's called portfolio of the projects, right? A portfolio consists of other projects, programs, and other portfolios as well. The components may not be interdependent. So that is exactly what I said when we were talking about the details, when we were talking about the definitions of these, right? So I need to pull out that chat window. Just give me a second. Can managed services be output of program or it is just the pro? Okay, example of IT managed services. Which managed services you are talking about? All can have both. It can have the portfolios. It can have the programs as well. Now see that what example that you want to discuss here. Portfolio can be a collection of product offerings of an organization for the prospect or potential as well as the current customer. Yes, it can be. Whatever is your business objective. Ever. iPhone would be a program. iPhone was a project which produces a product. So iPhone is basically a product, and there are multiple projects that it went through in order to be in the phase it is right now. It right. Talk about iPhone in just like half from now. So because I have something else coming up where it would need iPhones, right? So stay with me. Is a program that depends on what governance you are talking about. Can be government system, system. Okay, that's a program. Yes. No, so ads are not related projects. They are not managed. They are not. Their cost was not combined. Their schedule was not combined. So no, that's level stuff. That's not project. ERP for a company for multiple entries can be every entry must have same ERP implemented. That's a program. Yes. Okay, so that is what it is, guys. So that's the definition between of the projects, programs, and portfolios. A final yes if it is clear to all of us. Yeah. Further, to see the definition of individual things, just like programs. Program of tools and techniques to a program to meet the program requirement and in order to obtain benefits and control available by managing projects individually. There you go. You go. So it is absolutely same definition. What I said, like 5 minutes back, defined as a group of related projects. So please remember this word. Related projects, sub-programs, and program activities managed in a coordinated way to obtain benefits not available from managing them individually. So that's a program for you. Feature management. For a group of projects to be classified as a program, there must be some value added in managing them together as a program. I said the same thing. I said there has to be a value that it gives you. If you club them, why you are doing so? What is it that it brings on the table, right? Project needs not belong to a program. A program will always have the projects. Absolutely, yes. Is designed to deliver some strategic benefits to the organization. The benefit could be tangible in terms of growth and growing the operating margins, or it be intangible for improving the morale of the team. So that an intangible benefit. A project manager focuses on fulfilling the requirements of a project, whereas a program manager focuses on delivery of benefits to the organization. So these are the features of program management, guys. Similar portfolios now. A portfolio of projects, programs, and sub-portfolios and operations managed as a group to achieve strategic objective. Now, please read that as the strategic business objective. Please add as that, right? Now, and programs portfolio may not be necessarily interdependent or directly related. A portfolio based on the business objectives. Just like example, Japanese projects can be a portfolio where IT company puts all its projects to Japan to give more focus and attention to the Japanese projects and grow Japanese business. Now, similar projects can be managed as a program with a portfolio. All banking projects will be managed as banking program. Now, look at this example. It covers up both the things. So it's the portfolio and it covers the program. So all banking projects, because linked together, they are clubbed and made as banking program. But Japanese projects, now in Japan, I may have 10 different customers, and now those projects are interrelated. So these are projects, but we'll mark them as Japanese projects in order to properly, to put focus and attention onto the Japanese project and grow that business, right? And a strategic business objective. So that's the reason why I made a portfolio called Japanese projects, and I put everything from Japan under that belt. Now, you know the difference here, guys? Yeah. So what the Japanese project for a company portfolio called Japanese project. Then I may have 15, 20 different customers and are different. So there is no relationship between customer A project and customer B project. Still, I keep them into a single group. That helps me being my strategic business objective. So my strategic business objective is to grow the Japanese business, to put focus and attention on Japanese projects. And that's why I club them together and put them inside a single portfolio. That is what makes sense now. Yeah. New with objectives of more revenue and business can be a portfolio. No, it is not. No, it is not. Program. So we'll talk about it. Stay with me. Okay. Is there to all of us now? A regular product update for online apps can be categorized as any of these if you want. Regular product update is a project because time bound event that you need to do, and you need to link it with ongoing product that we have in the market, so it can be a separate project. Can programs different for different people? I didn't understand your question, Arvind. What exactly? What is it? Okay, we are launching a different processes and applications. No, no. Okay, so let's do one thing. Goel, let's do one thing. To the product life cycle, right? So once we are there, we more about that point. So I believe, in fact, I said the same thing as well. So I request you to go to the product cycle, and once we understand the differences between the project life cycle and the product life cycle, you would yourself be able to clarify your doubt on that. Just sometimes manage. No, a project that would remain as a project, and it will remain as a program. The difference you need to understand: the objective of the project is to produce a product, service, or result. The objective of the program is to get the benefit, which is possible if you do those projects individually. The a portfolio is to achieve a business objective. Now all three things are different, isn't it? So what into whichever of these definitions will be either a program, projects, or portfolio. Make sense? It is not. No, trust me. The portfolio can exist. It's because it may be or may not be related. Yeah. So there absolutely. Okay, right, guys, because I think that's from discussion that we had on these points. Example what? Example of what? Portfolio. Yeah. So if you talk about the same Reliance, now this has a portfolio which they call as oil and gas. All right. Now have their Jamnagar refinery and their Mumbai refinery both in the same portfolio. How do I know that? Because I have set up the PL Reliance in their office, so I know the hierarchy that they have. Right. So oil and gas or energy, and they have a section, a portfolio called retail. Now there are a lot of those programs which are interrelated, and there are a lot of programs which are separate, which do not have any relationship, but they clubbed them together, and formed a portfolio, right? So the interrelated stuff, there absolutely non-related stuff in that. It's okay. Tell me, what is the confusion now? Two teams which interrelated under one program manager. Is it? It can be like this, Nazir. Yeah, you can have a program like this. Yeah. So no, so you would have sub portfolios, and those sub portfolios can be related, just like the example that I just gave you, right? At there can be chances wherein you can also have of those portfolios who are also matching with each other or who have some relationship with each other. Just like if say that there is an organization, let's talk about Microsoft here. So they financial products as their portfolios, right? Now that financial product as a single portfolio have know uh, a lot of other portfolios into it which are related ones. Like the banking financial they have on uh, their portfolio, and non-banking financial products are in different portfolio. But still, there can be a few things which are common between both of these portfolios, right? So there will be an interrelation. That's all I'm trying to say. That would purely dependent on the strategic business objectives of the organization. So that, yeah, makes sense now, right? Maybe different, Nazir, and that's what we are, about from so long. Yeah. Uh, Support exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. Okay, that's good. So I'm going to now and portfolio. So portfolio refers to centralized management on one or more portfolios to achieve the strategic objectives. Now, if you read below here, it says portfolio management includes identifying, prioritizing, authorizing, managing, controlling projects, programs, and other work to achieve strategic business objective. Here you go, SBO, strategic business objective. So it's here. So you need to remember that you might have a couple of questions coming out from this, right? Now the hierarchy here, if you look at the slide, please, guys. So there's a relationship between portfolios, programs, and projects, which is given here. So if you have the portfolio, then you have sub portfolio under it, right? The programs and the projects. Now it is simply saying that a portfolio can have sub portfolios, it can have programs, and it can have the projects, right? The strategy, overall strategic level of the organization, wherein you manage the portfolios. Now comes to programs, that strategic goals which are cascaded down to the low levels of components, right? So look at the middle level here, in which you have the programs and you have projects and you have sub programs, you have other work. That's the program level now, right? Where the strategy has been cascaded into multiple components here at this second level, right? Afterwards, you have, last level, a portfolio may contains the programs, projects, and the other work at the very base level, right? So, wherein you have the projects, you have the other work here. This is how the organizational strategy goes. So, at the topmost level, you have the portfolios. In portfolios, you have sub portfolios, the programs, and the projects. They may or may not be related. Then, when to the second layer, which is about the program layer, there you have everything which is related in order to achieve the portfolios, the objectives of the portfolio, right? So you have the program level, then you go below, you have the basic work then. So you have individual projects there which achieves the objectives for you. So this is how an entire organization is broken down into. That's a fantastic way to understand how portfolios, programs, and projects works. If you're focusing here on the screen and hearing what I'm saying here, you definitely have a connection, right? Because that's what exactly we talked about in the last 3-4 slides now, right? So that's the gist of it. Now that's a representation of all three in a single window. Is the first, guys? Are we able to have a connection here? So I'm going to move on to the stake now. That's again a very important component of have stakeholder management as one of the knowledge areas, and we'll talk more about it. But when you get a project, as a project manager, the thing you need to consider the most is probably the stakeholder management, right? Definition of the stakeholder is given here. Any individual, group, or organization who may be affected by or perceived itself to be affected by the decision, activity, or outcome of a project, right? So anybody, in a nutshell, if we talk about it, anyone who is either involved in the project or is affected by the outcome of the project is called stakeholder. And project management nowadays is all about stakeholder management. It is the stakeholder management, right? So if you are good with people, if you know how to manage the stakeholders, right, you are a project manager. And that's the reason why, if you remember yesterday's class, we in the Excel, when we were writing those processes, the first process that we did initiation was project charter. And what was the process? Identifier. Why? Because that you need to know when you are in your project. Yeah. So if you have stakeholders at the beginning, then you will be able to have a strategy while planning for your project, that what are the expectations of the stakeholders and how I'm going to manage them through the project. Correct? Project manager, project sponsor, PMO, customers, etc. are the stakeholders of the project. A sponsor is the one who gives you a go ahead for the project and provides the necessary resources to execute the project. So the owner of your project is your project manager. So this is the gentleman which gives you the money to go into the project, gives you the equipment, the facilitate resources, and allows you to use those resources in order to execute the project, right? So again, one of the major stakeholders in the project. Or that's the definition of the stakeholders here for you. Station is clear. Can you provide one example of so your sponsor is your stakeholder, your project team is stakeholder, your customer is stakeholder, your end user is a stakeholder. If you talk about iPhone, you are a stakeholder. You are using that device, you are that product. So Apple was making the iPhone. It considered your views, your opinions, your expectation. That's my end user expects, and I have that feature in my phone. The user will accept it. Sponsor and sponsor with the client, but most sponsor is your internal guy. He's who gives you the money to go into the project. Any individual, for example, sales who will sell. That's a stakeholder. Absolutely correct. Yes. The state definition would still run the stakeholder definition. There is a sixth edition. That's a go ahead. Yes, that's the sponsor. Yes. That is your boss, basically. So how you become a project manager? Boss gives you permission to work as a project manager, isn't it? So the firm who gives you the funds, your who is going to affect the outcome or who is being affected by the outcome of the project is a stakeholder. Yeah. Your most of the time it is your reporting guy who is your sponsor, but then you have cross sponsors as well. I mean, so somebody organization who is not your immediate boss, but boss aligns you to this gentleman and he can give project. So whoever gives you the money for the project and resources for the project and who has this authority to authorize you as a project manager is called the project sponsor. No, so they only does the deal. The manager to whom this account executive is reporting to decides that who he is going to give that project, right? So this guy, the boss of your account executive, is the sponsor. Suppose I'm not able to provide you show the prototype of the deal to the stakeholder and take a go ahead. In that case, also sir will be my boss. No, so okay. Now hear me out, guys. Hold your questions. Hold any of those. Okay. So in an automobile project, right? And you prototype to stakeholders. That means to the client, right? Right. So say you showed your prototype is a client, right? Now, who asked you to prepare prototype and show it to the customer? Who? Your boss? No, so your team can take a decision based on their own intuitions. There has to be somebody that your team reports to who gives a head to do discussion with the client. Who's that, right? And project, when say suppose your project gets accepted, your customer says, okay, I accept the prototype. Now prepare that product for me. Who's give the money and the the rest of the facilities to you? That to you, sir. Money to whom? It will never give the money to the project manager. That's you the money. They'll give money to the organization, and the organization will assign somebody who in turn give them to the project. And that also, yes. So your customer can also be a sponsor, but not in your case. If you have an internal sponsor, yes, it can. Yes, no. So road project as well. It is between company to company, right? The construction company, and so that's a contract between them. Manager. In that case, your customer is your sponsor. Yes, absolutely. So no problem. So you have this as the stakeholders, right? So that stakeholder project. We'll talk much more about stakeholder management when we'll come down to that knowledge area. So just stay with me here. So it was just to give you a hands up on what now. I got a question here. I'll just read it. See, given funds for everything to run a program under him. There's a program manager who takes. Who is this? Who would vote to if you are a project manager, Mr. Goel? To whom you vote to? Guy who approves your budgets for the project. Yes, you got your answer then. Yeah. Sponsor of work to me, not sponsor for project. That's so. But you are getting it from the program manager, so that is all. So you according to him, you are getting funds from him. Answer. That's your answer. You don't know about from where he is getting the money. Answers. I get from my sales team. I get the codes which they sold with the budget and everything. This to the project leads, they execute the project. You sponsor, yes, because you are the person who assigns them to them, and you arrange the funds for them, right? For them, you will get funds allocated by respective parties for different projects. It reminds me, here is code. We need to learn 150 items. You guys are doing that because a very strong resistance coming up now. That is, that's simply bound to happen. So initial couple of classes always give a lot of questions because a lot of brainstorming is going on, a lot of learning process is initiating, and then you realize that this guy would not let us go like this. He would. So that's the reason why I'm not worried point that much. Okay, because I would agree with me at some point of time. And I'm a guy, so you see, I never rush to it, right? So you are saying 20 times, I repeat that. No, it is the sponsor. There has to be somebody that the company has assigned. There has to be a guy to whom you go back to and you ask for the budget approvals. It will be someone. It cannot go to the company and ask for the budget approvals, right? Your team or the person who heads that team. Yes? Therefore, is your sponsor. We will talk more about it. So long discussion. PMP is a very long course. Okay, move on a bit, guys, because we also need to consider the factor of time. A bit. But yes, there can be multiple sponsors. You can have sponsors. Yep. Okay, so moving on. Stage you do. So identify internal and external stakeholders. You determine their requirement. You determine the expectations, and you get with the stakeholders. That is what you do as a project manager. The key responsibility of a manager is to manage stakeholders. Is that the same thing that I said in the last slide? This is the project management nowadays, right? Project manager has to take up specific activities for the stakeholder management. For being identifying internal and external stakeholders. As stakeholders at the beginning of is essential. A stakeholder who is identified towards the end of the project may come up with a new requirement at that stage, and incorporating that can be risky. Right? That is why you do identify stakeholders as the very first process to initiate your project. So if you remember that Excel yesterday, that was the first thing that was doing, right? Determine requirements. Stakeholder requirements needs to be clearly identified. It is the job of the project manager to get them by doing a proper stakeholder requirement analysis. What exactly is required by the stakeholders, right? The requirements that I need this, I need this, I need this, I need this. So that will be clarified with them. Determinations. Understanding stakeholders' expectations needs to be clarified to see if it needs to be project requirement. Right? So at times the stakeholders might not tell you a straight requirement, but expecting something from the project, which in turn gives you a requirement as well. Right? Getting with the stakeholders. The project manager is a part of the stakeholder analysis, should focus on communicating with them regularly to keep stakeholders involved in the project. Let's take an example. So we are doing a project for 8 weeks, 8 classes, right? And the objective is to achieve the PMP syllabus, to complete the PMP syllabus. Now that's a project for me and the project manager. You guys are whom? You stakeholders in the project, correct? I keep on communicating with you so that you will be engaged and involved in the project. Am I yesterday? So did we understand that? Is that you guys are able to connect to me via that? Because I don't want any one of you to deviate your mind. I don't want to lose the focus, and that's why I keep on doing that every now and then. Right? So that's communicating with these stakeholders. So what I'm doing right now is managing my stakeholders in the project. So I'm very heavy artillery firing at times. So you with the questions, and I try to manage that because that is what the end objective is. Manage stakeholders well. So if you have to do that, your stake will be satisfied, right? And they would help you in success leading your project, and that is what project management is. So that's genuine for you. I'm gonna bit now to the end of the course. Now there we end our very first chapter, which was about the framework, not about the framework, introduction to PMP, right? So that chapter. Now a quiz for you. I present questions and which would in turn would have four answers. You need to choose one answer, right? Between Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. These would be the four options. And your responses here in the chat box. Can I start the quiz now? Yeah. Okay. Of the following is not a characteristic of the project. Few Charlies, a few Deltas, Charlie and Delta. It is not a characteristic. Define definite beginning and an end. That is pretty much a characteristic. That's temporary. That's interrelated activities. All three are true. The one which is not true is alpha. It repeats every week. Yeah? Alpha 2. So alpha it is, guys. You can characteristics of the project are based on the project definition. Except the option alpha. The other options are part of project definition. As a project started, when did that? Task will not be in projects, its operation. So where it is saying you have repeated tasks, it is saying interrelated tasks. Related projects refers to the program, not the activities. Yes? Okay, manager, you have started a new project. Several stakeholders raised concern about the quality of the new project management software provided by the PMO. The project would be logged. As a manager, what should you do? You have those here, you have deltas here. Yep, that inform the project management office about the stakeholders' concern. Answer. So that's yes. All options look inform the PMO is the best choice. The PMO controls the project management procedures and tools. PMI like a mature organization to have a dedicated PMO, and definitely PMO for this would be the right option. Identify important stakeholder from the given options. Least important from the given options. All dynamic decision, right? Competitor whose organization will be affected by the new release is the least important out of the list because the options are customers, the project team, and the project manager. Key takeaways from this from this chapter are: so the project management is an application of your knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques applied to the activities to meet the project requirements. Project has to integrate various project aspects like people, stakeholders, risk, communication, and procurement with project constraints of time, scope, cost, and quality. Projects from operations that they are temporary and not repetitive in nature. Encapsulates multiple programs encapsulates multiple projects to achieve objectives that are possible by managing projects individually. Portfolio strategically aligned efforts combining programs, projects, and all effort in the pursuit of organizational objectives. So this is where complete this chapter. So that concludes the intent, and we have the moral and the social responsibility coming up as the next chapter. So that's what we're going to start now. We are behind, but with a little margin, so we can come again. We have an extra class. We have classes, so I'm not worried about that. Okay, so it is 10:37 now, and we start at 9. So we still have half an hour to go for the break. We're gonna have that break. So let's do one thing. Let's start the next chapter, and probably a couple of the initial we'll take and we'll come back, right? So let's go ahead with the next chapter now. Yeah. Okay. Update me who won yesterday. So we had very interesting match yesterday. Spain and so who won that? Yeah. And England, right? England. Yeah. Okay. I'm going with Spain though. Okay. Number 2, guys. So that is PMP certification training lesson number 2, professional and social responsibility. Question 2 is not a good option, please. Go and see what question number 2 was. You want? Why is the PMO controls all the tools? If the people, yes, people were concerned about the project management tool, it's on your discretion to change the project management tool. You can't do that as a project manager. What all you can do is you can take those concerns to the PMO, and PMO would take a decision change the tool or not. Yeah. Okay. Okay. PMP certification training lesson number 2, professional and social responsibilities. If you about the objectives here, so talk about them now. The objectives: identify the professional and social obligations of the project managers. Explain to ensure the individual integrity. Identify ways to contribute to the project management knowledge base. Explore to enhance the professional competence, and the ways to promote the stakeholder collaboration. Now, if you about this chapter, this used to be chapter number 14 in PMP 5 and 2 in PMP 6. Why? What is then? Because the PMI was coming up with the new version, they realized that a lot of the project managers who are already certified PMPs are not following the social and the professional conduct as per the PMI, code of profession. Why they are doing that? Because they take it very lightly. Because it was at last, and they hardly read this chapter. They work on that, right? But a very, very important aspect, because you need a proper conduct as per PMI's ethics and that they have defined. So that is promoted this chapter. So in the book, it is basically a part of the very first chapter only. So here it as second chapter because we have distributed that. Right? It is a part of very first chapter itself. So what we done in this is we would understand what are the professional and social obligations of the project manager. Now, the PMI has 4 different pillars of project management, professional conduct. We talk about all 4 pillars here and explain how we ensure our individual integrity and the ways that we can contribute to the knowledge base and enhance the professional competence. Now, just to give you a hands up, guys, all my participants who appeared on PMBOK 6 examination since the 1st of April all said that there were between 6 to 7 questions from social and professional part itself. Is asking a lot of questions from this chapter as to why we have it as a separate chapter now. So they can actually give you 6-7 marks. So please read that very, very carefully and keep those things in mind when you go and appear for the examination. Okay? Which is full of marks. Okay, start this. Let's ethics. He has established a set of guidelines for code of ethics and professional conduct for certified PMP professionals to follow. It describes the expectations that the project manager should have of themselves and fellow practitioners in the global project management community. Because the manager holds a great deal of responsibility over the project that they undertake, the solution that they provide, the cost, the impact of the performing organization, and affected environments or groups, the dollars that you spend, and the contractors that you hire, right? Now, because project manager holds responsibility in all those areas, she following the code of ethics, right? The obligations that they have, and to understand the professional social obligations of the project managers. Now, just to start off, tell you that the Project Management Institute has added the code of ethics and professional conduct in 4 pillars. Remember those pillars: responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty. What I'm going to write them here in the chat box so that you can remember them. Now, so your responsibility, respect, fair, and honesty. These are okay. So all these 4 areas: respect, fairness, and honesty. There are 2 different standards. There are one called aspirational standard and the mandatory standard. Standards and the standards with all 4 areas. So you the aspirational standards of responsibility and mandatory standards of responsibility. So you have both of these for respect. You would have both these for fairness. You would have both of these for honesty, right? So these are the standards you need to understand here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and let's start discussing the values. PM has identified 4 core values across the project management community that's important to the project managers, just like responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty. So these are the 4 things that I just told you just back, right? Each section of the code of ethics and professional conduct would include both aspirational standards and mandatory standards. Aspirational standards describe the conduct that the project managers strive to uphold as a practitioner. Adherence to the aspirational standards is not easily measured. It is expected that the project management professional adheres to them and optional. So it is like the aspirational one can be top and we follow only the mandatory one. Right? We follow both of them, but the difference is pretty difficult to measure when it comes to the aspirational standards. Expected, project management professional should adhere to them. Right? Mandatory standards establishes the firm requirement and in cases limits or prohibits the practitioner's behavior as well. The persons who not conduct themselves in accordance with these standards will be subject to disciplinary procedures before the ethics review committee. Now, I'll tell you a very interesting thing. If you are a project manager who certified PMP, see that some other certified PMP, a project manager, is following the mandatory standards, and if you have the ends for that, so what you can do is you actually complain about this gentleman, the ethics review committee. The P has an ethics review committee, and if you are found guilty, your PMP credential can be revoked by them. Your title that can be like that they can actually take back their PMP credential from you. You at all, found guilty of, misconduct, and the other one has the evidences for that to prove in the ethics review committee. Then you are, so they're going to back your credential. So this is serious nowadays. That's a very, very serious business now. So start talking about one here. So first talk about the responsibility, the aspirational standards of the responsibility, right? So the purpose of the project management are held to the highest standards and acknowledge their responsibility to take the ownership for the decisions that they make or they fail to make. Now both of them, the decision that you made or failed to make, right? You're responsible for both of them. The decisions that they take or fail to take, and the decisions that you took or you couldn't take, you're responsible for both of these, right? And resulting consequences. The action standards includes making decisions and taking actions based on the best interest of the society, of public safety, and of the environment. That responsibility as a project manager to take the decisions in the best interest of the society, the public safety, and the environment. I'll give an example of that, guys. You see, so yesterday, I don't know if you remember, I told you that I run a project management consulting and technology consulting company, right? So, the buddy company that I'm running, I have as well, right? Company into recycling of the e-waste, an e-waste recycling plant, so and the green avenue, right? Now, heard about e-recycling? Yeah. Now, so this scrap of your computer, junk basically. So we recycle them, and we use precious metals from them, right? Gold, copper, you know, right? So this is that we have. Yes, we gold in computer. A lot of gold in computer. Wonderful, Pankaj. That's 1x back sometime. So I have all the government approvals and everything. But when so it's not going to my business model here, but giving you a different example here, right? So setting up that plant, farming plant, especially if it is an e-waste recycling plant, and need to use very lethal chemicals. And chemicals, I'm talking about very lethal chemicals. So nitric acid, the sulfuric acid, the hydrochloric acid. So we use those acids, So we need to use all those in order to produce the actor, in order to produce the gold, right, or silver or copper, for all those things, right? And these are very lethal chemicals, right? Now, as a project manager, when you are setting up that plant, that's your responsibility to make it does not impact the society, the public safety, and the environment. So how is that off? So for it is we actually neutralize all of those lethal chemicals and we use them as plain water, and use and then the same water for our plants and the green areas that we have within our plant, within recycling plant. So we water there
for our plants and green areas. So make it that safe that it is even safe for the plants and trees. Yeah. Now this is the aspirational standard of responsibility. Other seen the similar industries working in the similar field, same e-waste recycling, and they owe their assets. Yes, they know that it goes into the barrages and then we throw it, which may water acidic, the fishes dies. Right? So that bad. So we some areas in Western UP, yeah, areas in the Western UP, you cannot drink water there. This is so contaminated, and almost every house is working on e-waste recycling there. So many places here in the Western UP part, right? And they don't give, they don't care about how they would, you know, dispose that lethal material. So they simply throw it in the water. And have set up investing up $500,000 Indian rupees to make that, we have a system to close them off. That is what is the responsibilities aspirational standard. Are you guys able to connect to what I'm saying here? Are you able to the example? Yeah. Okay. Standard. Then adding only those assignments that are consistent without experience, skills, and qualification. Again, because we were skilled enough, we experienced, we have the background, we have experienced people, qualified people with us in the team. That's the reason why we went on to that particular project, right? Full commitments undertaken. Do what we say we will do, right? So we do what we say we will do. These are the aspirational standards of responsibility, and which are not limited only at slide. So move as well. Also include the aspirational standards of responsibility. Also include owning and correcting errors or omissions properly. So if we see that there was an error, and I need to communicate that immediately to the appropriate body. Accountability is accepted along with any resulting consequences. So if I, even after delivering the project, so my word, and 6 months, now the customer is using it, and after 6 months, realize or come to know that, okay, so we the work that we did for the customer have a very dangerous situation now. So we, although the customer has accepted the product, is using the product, but can be in future can be worse for the people who are using it. So it is responsibility to back to the customer, not because you have delivered the product already and you say, okay, so this is not my responsibility anymore. Let the customer does it. I can't. Project manager needs to go back immediately to the customer and say, please stop using that product, because it could have this consequence after 6 months. That this consequence, like for an example, if I'm the manager of an ignition switch manufacturing company, so you understand switches, right? Okay, manager, and we use ignition switches for all of our customers, just like say for Honda, produce those switches for Honda, right? And did that project, and now we have that product which qualifies on all the parameters, parameters. The customer accepts it. We deliver those switches, let's say 1,000,000 switches to the customer, and the customer fit those in their equipments, and he sells those equipments in the market. After 6 months, if I realize those switches, when they become old, when you are using them for 6 months, they start, so session switch, so obviously that would generate a spark, but so many of those switches that when they grow old, keep on using them, the spark starts coming out of the switch. Now, situation. All customer has never reported any such thing on the equipments where they are fitting those switches, but be a very dangerous thing for the end user. Yeah. So what would as a project manager? I have back to the customer. I have a customer and I tell him stop using those switches because we know that there is a problem, and I want to recall all those switches and see, you know, yes, okay, Ford recalling or Honda recalling his cars from the market. That is of the aspirational standards of the responsibility. Yeah, and the accountability along with the resulting consequences. And all proprietary or the confidential information is protected. This is a aspirational standard. Holding ethical code and holding each other accountable to it. The aspirational standards of the responsibility, guys. Right? Similarly, responsibility section, you have mandatory standards. Now they are the ones which are the firm rules. No, I inform project sponsor and tell him that we need to go to the customer and inform the customer. And the manager and the project sponsor along with me go to the customer and give that in writing. Tell them, we also communicate with them and accept any consequence that may occur because of my switches. So I have the responsibility of that. So go to the jail, that's who's going to go to the jail. To accept that. That's the aspiration standard. Okay, mandatory standards of responsibility, guys. Be informed of all the regulations and legal requirements. So understand all the legal requirements and all the regulations, whichever type of project that you are working on, especially working somewhere outside, you need to know the land of the law, land, and things. Uphold rule, regulations, and laws that governs their work, professional, and volunteer activities. Right? A mandatory standard of the responsibility. Unethical or illegal conduct to approve management and, if necessary, to those affected by the. So these are all the mandatory standards of responsibility, guys. So these must have things, right? You cannot go into the project if you don't follow them. So the responsibilities that you have, the mandatory. Still, if you move to the ethics complaint, so if you are not saying the aspirational standard or the mandatory standard, then it comes down to the ethics complaint. The part of ability for project manager includes reporting violations of the PMI code of ethics and professional conduct by project managers. Ethics must adhere to the following PMI standards. Bring the violations of the code to the attention of the appropriate body for resolution. Complain when they are substantiated by the facts. Actions against an individual who creates against the person raising the ethical concern. Now, this is a responsibility. Responsibility to raise those complaints or to confront those individuals who are violating the code of ethics. Right? So that responsibility part, guys, is that clear to all of us? Yes, in chat window. Give examples here as well for that. Yeah. So the responsibility part. But let's do one thing. Let's take a break now, right? Can we take now? Yeah. Okay, so if I be sharing now for some time, so guys, that it is on almost 11:02 now. So go take a 50 minutes break, and I should see you guys at 11:17. Would that work? So I'll just keep myself mute and take a break. 17, not 12:17. Yeah. I'll see you. Thank you.
Mic 2, 3. Guys, can you hear me? Yeah. So I guess we are back from the break, and I think that was a much needed break in our post break session now. It is 11:08, so we should start now. So I'm sharing my screen with you, and before that, I had a question in the chat box, so let me read that out before that. So that the mandatory standards is moreover related to the project's policies and company's policies and regulation. Project manager not following those, then it should be within organization, or PMI can take actions too. No, organizations can say business. No, that's but you know what mandatory standards says, anything which comes in. I mean, so if there is a project manager and you are also the project manager, maybe in the same organization or the other organization, and if you see that it is not as for the PMI, then you can complain. So you actually complain that in the ethics committee, not the, and the PMI's ethics committee will take the decisions that their part, like revoking the PMP credential. This has nothing to do with the organization. The decision which PMI can take, right? Yeah, and evidence is, and complain that. I mean, so you need to go and confront that guy. I would never suggest you to go a rivalry with somebody, by complaining about him. Not complain. You should go and talk to the guy, and all be fine, I guess, because he's also a certified PMP, so he can also understand what you're saying. They speak language, right? Guys, do not select all attendees from the send to part, right? Uh, People might be confused that what question I'm answering here. Private messages, send it to attendees. Yeah, and I'm sharing with you now. Before let me know when you can see that screen, guys. Can you see that? Okay, about the responsibility in terms of the ethics standards, in terms of the mandatory standards, and in the ethics complaint section as well. Now let's talk about the aspirational standards of respect. Now it is giving a mutual respect to all the people who are involved in the project, right? So the project show respect by having high degree regards for themselves, others, and the resources entrusted to them. Resources entrusted to the project managers may include people, money, reputation, and safety of the others, and natural environmental resources, right? So the national standards include being informed about the norms and customs of others to avoid engaging in behaving they might be considered disrespectful. Now that's the aspirational standard. I'll give you a very example of that. On my to Tokyo, right? So I love that country. Anybody sitting from Japan in this group? Anyone who's in Japan? My last in Japan was in the month of April, right? Yeah. So and Tokyo, pretty busy city, I should say. So there, that if you meet somebody for the very first time and if you greet him by down, that it is considered disrespectful. You know that? I learned that way. Yeah. So thing that you should know as to have the respect, that being informed about the norms and customs the others
to avoid engaging in behavior they might be considered as disrespectful. Yeah. Not only that, in the offices, I saw a few of those offices where you need to put your shoes out in the other shoes that they offer you when you go inside that particular office. I saw the same at the hotels as well. So it is actually true, but it was. So standards of respect. We understand that, guys. Give me a yes. Yeah. Okay. Listening to others' point of view and seeking to understand them. That's aspirational standard. Appropriately, those persons with whom you have a conflict or a disagreement. Aspirational. Conduct in manner even when it is not reciprocated. So if the friend here, the guy, the other chap is not the same level of respect, you conduct yourself in the professional manner. You count to his level, arguing. You need to maintain your professional manner, right? Aspirational standard of respect. Then mandatory standards, guys. In good faith, a mandatory standard of respect. You need to respect your vendors. You should screw them too hard. You know, negotiation. So if I ask you why you do negotiations, so you have to get the best deal, correct? PMI that is the negotiation should be on a good faith. It should be proposition. It is be where you win and the vendor loses. That is mandatory standard of respect, guys. Using the power of their expertise or positions to influence the or actions of others in order to benefit personally at their expenses. Forward one, right? So you should not use your power, your position to influence decisions and actions that can benefit you. So that's absolutely no. That is disrespectful, right? Acting in an abusive manner towards the others. So you cannot use somebody. So that's forward respect, mandatory standard. Rights of others, judgment, right? So that is the mandate of respect, guys. So the standards, and then we have the aspirational standards of respect and responsibility. Movie comes down to fairness. Now, what is fairness? The project must ensure fairness as a core value while making decisions and must act impartially and objectively. The project must be free from self-interest, prejudice, and favoritism. Aspirational standards include demonstrating transparency in decision-making process, re-examining personal impartiality and objectivity, take actions as appropriate, equal access to information to those authorized to have that information, and equal opportunities to the qualified candidates. I mean, so to be fair, you cannot discriminate somebody just because she's a female. You give equal opportunities to all the qualified candidates, whether female, any race, any background, any nationality. Give them the equal opportunity. That's the fairness aspirational standard. Providing equal access to information to those authorized to have that information. Now, this is a very common case that you might have seen in the project, that the project manager knowingly hide a few things from those people who should actually know about those things. So they still hide it. That should not. That's fair. That's incorrect, right? You need to examine your personal impartiality and objectivity. To take corrective actions as they are appropriate, and you need to demonstrate the transparency in your decision making process. You take binding decisions. You need to involve people. You need to make it a transparent system, right? So okay. So should PM be transparent in all aspects? Yes, it should be. He should. At transparency can actually hurt you. but you stick to that. That aspiration standard says. Now, so these objectives are nothing to do with the team members, right? So these are which the management tells you based on they can't have on you, right? So you would tell your people that this is what we want to achieve. Right? You would not go out and be transparent with your competition. Uh-huh. What fairness means here. Yeah, if you're to somebody else. Yeah. So that's about the aspirational standards. Targetary standards in that being transparent at times hurts the operations team and project manager become a bad man. Yeah, project management is always a bad man, by the way. Don't worry about that. Because I have not seen any of my projects, so I did like 50 projects, right? So where I successfully complete a project, still I'm the job in the world. Did I say that yesterday? Job in the world. Yeah. Okay. Mandatory standards, ladies and gentlemen. Proactively disclosing any real or potential conflict of interest to appropriate stakeholders. When the potential conflict of interest is realized, refraining from engaging in the decision-making process or attempting to influence the outcomes. Or potential conflict of interest participate only when the full disclosure is made to the affected stakeholders, approval on complete mitigation plans received, consent of the stakeholders to proceed is obtained. All 3 points can be covered up with one example that happened with me, and that's a real example, right? I work with a company called Vatica Limited. That was my last company. I mean, I worked there in 2012, 2013. Yeah, that's the one. So Vatica, I was the head of the planning there, right? And it was, so we were we float a tender for a 100-meter RCC wall, right? And there were too many of those vendors who applied for that, and I realized one of them was my old friend. He's a fantastic guy, So also applied for that, and his own company, company. Noted, you have contract. Bidder is your college friend. Do creation, right? So you got who's it? Follow the P, inform them. Okay. So I realized that Mehboob has also applied for the same contract, and I went him, and in fact he came back to me and told me that I need to help him anyway. Yeah. So very good chap, and that is like almost old friendship that I have with him. I went to my president of the projects, right, Mr. Chakravarti. I told him that, hey, sir, so I cannot proceed any further on this particular tender, and he told me the reason why. Clearly told him that I got this friend of mine who has also applied for the work. I may have some prejudice, I may have some favorism for him, knowingly. At around 1 o'clock Indian time. So I president, and I told him that I will not participate in the bidding process. So I'm not the one who would be selecting the bidders. Please do that. Now, my president of the project told me that that's a wonderful gesture, Goswami, that you came back to us and you told us the truth. still want you to conduct that. I would still want you to go ahead, complete that, because now I have complete trust on you that you would not take the wrong decision. And then I took those, tests. I never disclosed any of the codes to my friend. You know, uh, he applied for it and he failed actually. The bid, the least bid was somebody else. So given by some other company and contract. And then got another contract from my company, which was a different contract, but on the merits he added low on that, and that's why he got that. So, example of fairness in terms of mandatory standards, and it covers all the aspects. It covers all of those aspects now. Connect to the uh, yeah. Forget about every you know do pros and cons, right? So government works. I don't really actually go into the government stuff, right? Experience is there. So that was the famous mandatory standard. I hope it is understood. I'm going to move on to the honesty part now. So what are the things that you need to do to be honest, right? So managers must uphold honesty as the core value to understand the truth and act in a truthful manner both in communications and conduct. National standards include seeking to understand the truth, communications, and conduct. Accurate information. You're not covering any text, is it? So that was covering any text. I place strategy at a place where it doesn't. Okay, but anyway. So honestly seeking to understand the truth, communications and conduct, provide accurate information in a timely manner, and promises implicit or explicit in good faith, striving to create an environment in which the others feel safe to tell the truth. Now, these are the aspirational standards of honesty, guys, that you seek the truth, to understand the truth, be truthful in your communications, procure information and timely information, make commitments and promises in good faith, don't make a false commitment, and seek to create an environment which foster a statement for the people wherein they can come up and tell you the truth. So you see in that there are a few of those project managers whose teams knows that there is a wrong stuff going, but they would not come up and say this because the manager is so rude and cruel that he is going to punish them if they can tell you the truth, right? So you should not do that. You should foster an environment where people feel safe speaking truth. Yes. So as the standard of say the honesty. Now, not engaging in and condoning behavior that is designed to deceive the others, including but not limited to misleading or false statement. You cannot do that. Half truths, provide information out of context with information that, if would read your statement as misleading or incomplete. So what at times when you say you, I'm talking about myself here, right? At times I hold the information with me because I know if I tell this information to the person, then my previous statements would stand false. Right? Do that. The mandatory standard of honesty. Right? Not engaging in dishonest behavior with intent of personal gain or at the expense of the others. Obviously, that's not honest. Whatever questions may under this topic, there is a situation that say if you are a project manager of a construction project, right? You have a vendor who is working there. They'll give you the scenario and they'll ask that what do you do as a project manager. So that they would more be of scenario based questions from here. So you can Nobody mandate standard of honesty or it was an aspirational standard of honesty. But know that are the standards. So honesty finally, so we are done with responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty. Finally, come down to managing how would you manage your individual integrity, ensuring the individual integrity. The person needs to ensure their own individual integrity while managing a project. This all voting the truth regardless of the net consequences. This is can be who you are. I mean, project manager, workers dealing with it directly, treat everyone with respect, avoid discrimination, follow rules and regulations governing the project, getting any unethical or dishonest behavior, not entering in personal into a decision in any way, and always doing the right thing, follow the right processes, right? So that's how you can ensure your own individual integrity in the project, right? It's important because you should always look at the mirror and with confidence say, I know I didn't do anything wrong, right? So you need to have that confidence when you have your own integrity intact, right? So you should do. Now you continue in the integrity, never divulging company's information to unauthorized parties. So should never share the information of your company with any other party. Risk property rights. Follow the Project Management Institute Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct that can be found on the PMI's website. Go to pmi.org, go to the section of ethics, right? You PDF document, just download that. That's like a page document and read through. And please read it once before you go for the examination. So the day you are going for the examination, go back to that. I'm using 200 crores of not being honest to the customer, getting into legal CBI APM integrity was found wanting. Yep. So that is Shiva. So that's what I'm saying. So now this is the consequence that you are telling me. On the very first place, you have to be honest as a project manager. That's the operational standard. That's the mandatory standard as well. So fantastic example that you have quoted here. But these consequences of not being honest. Correct? So that place you have to be very, very honest in your project, right? Understand individual integrity requires the project managers to answer questions that the professional and ethical responsible. And I'm telling you, there would be like 6 to 7 questions from this chapter. He is asking a lot of questions nowadays from here, right? You read that before you go for the examination. Okay, it comes down to a business scenario. Now, I'm giving a scenario and you would tell me what should be the answer here. You say of a global project, the project is being delivered in another country and most of your team members are spread out across multiple regions. Your project sponsor is confident in your team's ability to finish the project under the budget and have the schedule. To which you and your team an early completion incentive has been linked to the project. After estimating in your project planning processes and developing a well-documented basis of estimates, you are confident that you can deliver the project within budget and on the schedule. On-site meetings with the local officials about the status of the project. One the official pulls you aside and have a conversation. If he can get an important government approval immediately, to ensure that the next phase of the project is completed as scheduled. However, he has to pay him $250 in US currency as an administration fee. What should you do as the project manager? Inform the Right? So you politely disagree to, yeah, you it that, then go back immediately to your sponsor and inform him, yeah, this is what is happening, and that's what this guy said. Now, to make sure that you escalate this to the next level, so tomorrow, official don't come back and harm you in the project. Yeah. So management should be informed about that. So let you request to pay the $250 to the official. You get your project on a positive path and ensure success. Further, your project team would like to earn an incentive of their hard work. However, pay official money would be considered as bribe. Therefore, the next step for you as a project manager is to meet the project sponsor and review the offer made by the official. We know by reading the question if he in fact has a PMO or not. Right? Could he have a sponsor, right? So let sponsor wait for sponsor's call that what sponsor wants to do and accordingly. Sponsor into confidence. Not managing your project, please understand. It is sponsor who are doing that. PM responsible for managing a project. You understand that, right? Yeah. Then you have project management knowledge base. Do I need to inform my sponsor or stakeholder on his as well? Know your sponsor and wait for his decision that now he wants to do. But you offer. Yes, questions in the exam. Yeah. Okay, management knowledge base, guys. So how you should contribute to that? Projects can contribute to their project management knowledge base by in the following ways. Best practices learned during the project with managers in your organization. Junior members on the project management related topics. Write paper or a blog on project management or participate in the project management discussion groups. So I thought do that third point a lot. I write papers, write those blogs, Activate in analyzing the past project data and compile the project management related matrices to be in the organization. Fire activities with the PMI, right? So these are the means and the ways to contribute to the project management knowledge base. And when you contribute to that, it benefits the rest of the community. That benefits the rest of the project managers, which is amazing. Yeah. Then you enhance your own professional competence. The project manager, also want to upgrade yourself. Should always, you always want to be on the top of your domain, right? So the manager should do the following to enhance their professional competence. Analyze the weaknesses. First and the most, you need to accept that I'm weak in that particular maybe some particular area like risk or communication or say scope definition. So I can be strong in the scheduling part, but I'm very weak when it comes to defining the scope. So I may look for a senior project manager to mentor me in areas where I'm not good. Right? Actively for the ways to apply their project management knowledge on the projects, management books for new ideas or techniques, and I also suggest you to read history books because a lot of project management is your history books. So projects, so if you take out some documentary or some historical records, you would see projects has been done in the past, and there is a lot of learning. You can actually back to our books, just like Mahabharatas or Ramayana. So when you read them, you know that pretty good management was there. So yeah, participate in webinar or online learning efforts, and we're doing that right now, right? Your local chapter of PMI and participate with other project managers. The challenges faced on their projects with the other project managers. So this is how you can enhance your own professional competence, more professional, more competent, right? And then share that knowledge with the world. I mean, so the previous slide, you called that back to the project databases, right? So another business scenario. Now I would again ask you for a solution. So you wrap up a project 3 months ago that produced spare parts for one of customers. You successfully gained final acceptance and signed by the customer on the deliverable. Right? The project went well because your parts consistently met the quality fitness use test and passed all the control charts. There is no indication of issues with the quality and grade would prompt a need for change. A project manager in the company is preparing for a similar project with customer. Now, I with you to gain insight on what to expect. You discovered an error in the result communicated in the deliverables that may potentially turn into a safety issue in the future, which could affect thousands of customers. All the risk involved in these newly discovered safety issues are very small. They could have serious impact. How should you handle that? Huh. Answer, inform the customer, and very good. You know that ignition switch, that was something similar to this one, right? Can we all understand what to be done to mitigate the risk? You would meet them, but what you would do right now. So when you see mitigation plan is something else. Mitigation is when you recall those things and you mitigate stuff. That's okay. That's fine. But you need to first take the responsibility and inform the customer, right? So what you would do is you would go sponsor, show the findings to him, and him either you talk to the customer or I talk to the customer. If sponsor tells you to talk to the customer, you talk to the customer in both, in verbal, in writing, and call those components, right? And any damage that may have occurred because of those components, you take ownership of that. Yeah. So you get in touch with your old project sponsor because the project was over, right? And management to communicate your findings both verbally and writing formally. Then you and or sponsor should communicate your findings with the customer. According to the PMI's Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct, you must uphold the rules, regulations, and laws that govern your work, professional, and your activities. So that was the vision. Finally, they met, and the Volkswagen was fined like what, $4 for that? Them and it's arrested. So the fine, I mean, so I thought the fine was huge, right? It was like dollars, maybe $4 billion. What a big man, $4 billion. Just think about it. More thing, 2 billion, is it? Okay, okay. So $3 billion, right? $3 billion. Oh my goodness. From collaboration, guys. Final topic of the chapter. Projects should encourage stakeholder collaboration so that the stakeholders are aware of the true benefits of the and help in whatever way they can to make it successful. The manager should perform following activities to promote the stakeholder collaboration: resolve competing interests, take charge and deal with conflicting scenarios, respect cultural differences that occurs when the project spans geography, all the stakeholders informed about the true status of their project. Always keep stakeholders informed about the true status of their project. So that's what the biggest problem is at times. Oh, $14.7 billion, right? $1 billion. Oh, oh. What the biggest problem with stakeholders is that they don't know the exact status of the project. Now that's not their fault. That's the fault of the project manager. So in order to ensure or promote the stakeholder collaboration, they should always be informed about the true status of the project, right? The technology company prides itself on providing excellent customer service and deliver high quality technology implementations. Brand strategy has served the company well because they maintain a strong customer loyalty record. An area that hurts them at times, though, is that some of their system implementations takes longer than the forecast. Jim manager at the company and he leading a desk upgrade of their repeat customers. The project is nearing its completion date and it's time to check the correctness of the computer build out. During it is brought to Jim's attention that the desktop system speed is fast enough for this core financial software to function as it. A team says that they increase the system speed by 10% by adding additional RAM and access memory to the customer since they have access parts from the other project and it will not cost the company any additional dollars. There were issues on the large project worked for customer. This will make for the large problems. What do? But a RAM yep, very close, yes. Yeah, cannot take a decision on that. I can take a decision on that. That was, if you look at this, basically, yeah, that was it. This core financial system is not running. Why this core system is not running? Because I did a wrong estimation. Yeah, I did, right? Right. So that's my mistake. That, and I go to the sponsor and say, okay, so this is what it is. What can be done is, and I can do the recommendations, right? So I tell the sponsor that so we have those excess parts. It would not cost us anything extra, but by doing this, at least the financial system would work, and the customer would accept the software or the desktop implementation, right? So this is the way to go. Tell the sponsor and let him take the decision. But I can give him my recommendations definitely. So let's see. Additional speed would make huge difference and allow me to meet defined quality matrices and fitness for use requirements. The fact software will not be able to perform on the system to meet established requirements would be a failure point for the Jim should make both use and the recommendations to the project sponsor. Identifying the performance concern is required as now it has been made aware of the issue. Right? So identify it. I will go back, recommend that. I think our cost cons should be discussed with this sponsor. Yes, it is. But the thing is that I can do a better recommendation now. We know that it is not actually impacting my company financially. So I have those components. I'm more confident that my myself can actually agree on that. Yeah. Then hope here you end this chapter. Key takeaways from this chapter, ladies and gentlemen. The Management Institute Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct should always be followed by the project during the project. Contribute to the project management knowledge base by actively analyzing the past project data and compound project management related matrices to be used within the organization. Project manager should realize their strengths and weaknesses, and for a senior project professional to measure them on the areas where they need to improve. The project manager should always keep stakeholders informed about the true status of their project and promote stakeholder collaboration. If becomes aware of the unethical practices and factual evidence, the work should be reported to the appropriate governance body. That is chapter for one. So this one, the professional responsibility. The next chapter is about the project management framework. So we're going to talk about project management framework. And we still so finish that chapter. That would be relatively easier chapter for you guys. Why? Uh, you already know about the framework. So yesterday we did that Excel. Right? So you have knowledge about the framework. So you can use that. So that would be the that we read. So actually help you in understanding that, right? So that will be very straightforward, very easy for you. So it is 100 hours now. So we still have complete 1 hour to go with us, and it's good practice because I'm looking to complete lesson number 3, lesson number 4, and process groups, knowledge areas, 49 processes. That's the same one. So we're going to with this now. But in that chapter, we would also talk about things about the PMOs, supportive PMO does, what a directive PMO does, PMO does. So we're going to talk about these factors as well. Type of organizations that we have. So you heard about, so we have the functionals, the matrices, all those questions on the topics. That will complete it. So there are a lot of questions in your mock examination. So the mock examination that you have in OSL, so you choose there. Add 7 questions. This is told to me by the just gave the frame 3 to 4. Frame to 4 questions. Yeah. Framework now. Okay. Framework. Yeah, only objective questions. No subject, nothing subjective. You can see the screen here. Lesson number 3, guys. You see that? Okay, that's good. Okay, just give me one quick minute. Just like to have sort of just 1 second. Thank you. With lesson number 3 now. So P certification training, lesson number 3, project management framework. Ladies and gentlemen, the objectives. We talk about this chapter. What are the objectives? The roles of the project management office. So that's the first one. PMO. We're going to talk about that in this chapter. Describe different organizational structures. One of the first things that a project manager should know. He should know what type of organization that he is working on. Is he functional organization? Sorry, is he working on a matrix organization? Is he working on a prioritized organization? Because then only he would able to that what all are the powers with him and what are the powers that he doesn't have, right? And in order to know these, he should know that what is the kind of organization that he's working, right? Talk about that in here. Difference between the project life cycle and the product life cycle. Now, since morning, Mr. Bell and a few others, you've been asking about that iPhone example. A lot of questions around that, whether in the program and that. I'll come to that. We are just talking at the objectives, Faisal, right now. Come to the details of all of these. Don't worry. Don't worry. In the chapter, talk about the differences between the project lifecycle and the product lifecycle, and the project management process map and the so we're going to define the project management process map. So the process map is the same that we created yesterday. So you can simply take a screenshot of that. So I'll open that slide and I would like you to take a screenshot. And next time when you sit in the class, print out handy with you. Keep very handy with you, right? So now start with the very first topic, the roles of project management office. So let's start with that. The project office. Now, project management office in an organizational structure that standardizes the related governance processes and states the sharing of the resources, methodologies, tools, and techniques. Now, please remember, the PO is not somebody who owns and manages your project. No. Clear which governance. So that's basically the governance body. It's the project management throughout the organization. Now the can be different types. So when I PMO, the project management office, that's this level of body in terms of projects in your organization, right? And there can be three different types of PMOs, guys. Now you guys to write them. Very first one is called supporting PMOs. Supporting PMOs. The other is called managing PMOs. Managing PMOs. And then is called the directive PMOs. PMOs. This and the direct PMOs. Yeah, right where. Now let's start with the supporting PMOs. That what supporting PMOs means. The PMOs are the project management offices which provides you with guidance, past projects, repositories, data, templates, tools, so things that it helps you with. So it basically helps the project manager in managing the project in a better way. Estimates of the previous projects, the historical data, the templates, the to all things. It supports you in the project. That is why it is called supporting PMOs. The which is called managing PMOs. What it does is that it supports you with the documents, with the templates, with historical data, estimates, everything. It also audits your projects. It audits. I'm talking about managing PMOs right now. It audits your project to see if you are following the approach defined by the project management office for the organization. Right? Is what they can come down and say, okay, show me your register. So you should have a risk register of your project because a standard which has been defined by the PMO for the entire organization. That asset that you work on, you need risk register. Right? So this is what the audit would do. I mean, so this is what the managing PMO would do. And have the directive PMOs, guys. Now, what are directive PMOs? Directive PMOs are basically the PMO who actually manages your project. All the project managers report to the PMO. Some reports to the function guy or the head project managers. So project managers reports to the PMO, and PMO gives those resources, those project managers to you to go project. Now have a complete control on your project. So they are the people who are actually managing your project because they're the same people who will approve the changes. If there is a change request, then the CCP would also be sitting inside the PMO only. So those typically those PMOs are called the directive PMOs. Right. So these are the three types of PMOs. Are we clear here? Give me a chat window, please. Yeah. PMOs. They also. Yeah, sponsor is always there, but the project manager is to the PMO, not to the. Now, sponsor can also be a part of the steering committee in very members from the PMO, and then you can have sponsor sitting there. Demo is a PMO which manages your project. Literally give project managers to you, with other shared sources to you. Those are the ones, the tools, the templates, the historical data, past projects, lessons learned, that support a PMO. They can also audit compliance policies, procedures, methodologies, rules and templates are there within the organization. That means so they can audit you and say that you are not following Microsoft project. Rest of the projects are being made Microsoft project, and that's a PMO policy. You should always use your tools of project to make this project plan, right? So that's what the PMO does. And finally, directive ones, I just told you about that. It manages the project. That it gives you the project manager. Plans team, yes. Do PMOs also share the quality control? Not always. Not really, I would say. They don't. That's one. Plans is you actually inherit a few things from CMMI, from ISO, from other standards, and make your own standard for your organization. So that's what sort of a company that you are working with. Yeah. Okay. Now, all these PMOs have a few of those primary roles, and then you have the other roles as well. So the roles are the PMO usually. So the PMO split these different roles. Yes. So the P has one or a combination of the following primary roles. Roles. It's the policies, methodologies, and tools and templates for managing projects within the organization. Whose work is this? You tell me. What sort of this? One. Thank you. Support and training in the organization on how to manage the projects. Which one is? No, not managing. It is managers for the ongoing projects in the organization. Directive. Right? Yes. It is compliance with all policies, procedures, methodologies, and tools and templates are organization managing. Yeah. Okay. Man interdependencies between the projects. Inter. Directive. Yeah. Managing and deploying shared or dedicated project resources. Deploying shared or dedicated project resources. Again, support, organizing the lessons learned, supportive, project management knowledge base for the organization, supportive, support projects through knowledge repositories, trainings, and mentoring. PMOs are then, right? Because you know exactly what they are doing. On to the organizational structures now. The next 5 minutes, you guys will hold your questions and hear me out. Hear me out. Okay? No questions. So first out and ask the question. Hold your questions, all of them. Some clue window. We had organizational structures, guys. Now, organizational structures is one of the very first few things that a project manager should know about his company, right? So the different type based on the level of authority vested in the project manager. Now, if you talk about the three organizational structures that we have, so we have functional organization, we have the projectized organization, and we have the matrix organization. The matrix itself, we three further. So weak matrix, we have balanced matrix, and we have this strong matrix organization, right? So if you see, we have the functional, then projectized, and then we had the matrix. In matrix again, we have further three: weak matrix, balanced matrix, and the strong matrix organization. These are the 6 different type of organizations that you have. Now, what the base of these organizations, guys? So of these is the power that a project manager has in the project. That is the base of these organizational structures. Example: functional organization, first type of organization that we have, that functional organization. Now, in functional organization, there is no project manager. Please remember that in functional organization, there is project manager, right? So, are only the functional managers. Now, what are functional managers, guys? Functions are the head of the functions, like the head of sales, head of the marketing, head of the HR, head of the administration, head of the procurement, right? So these people who are heading various different verticals. Now, people who would manage the project. So, in an organization, if we talk about, you would have a project manager, but you have only the functional managers. Now, functional managers chooses a team, ordinary people who are working in the organization, and make them do multi-hatting, you know. So, they would be working in the functions as well, working in the project as well. Then, the project functional head or manager choose one of the team members, and he would make him the temporary project manager, so called the project coordinator. So you coordinator. So no project manager per se in an organization, but project coordinator is there, right? That is the first type of organization. Now, organization which is functional in nature, right? Uh, the organization which is functional in nature, right, will never have a permanent position for project manager. It was a temporary position, and we need to multi to fill in a role of a project manager. Now, the of working in a functional organization is that you become expert of many things, right? So it basically it makes you the jack of all. So maximum utilization of the resources, can have here. So because you work and reports back to a functional head and keep on working on a particular domain for long, you're the expertise here. The problem with a functional organization is that you work in a functional organization, you almost zero chances to make your to come and make your career in project management. We could be exposed to the project management there in a organization, right? Now, startup, generally functional organization initially, because the startup companies does have those full-time project managers. Most of the times, the head of the functions are managing the projects with young new kids working as project coordinators and will be doing the coordination stuff. It's called the functional organization. That bit is clear to all of us. Give me a yes in chat window, please. So functional organization, guys, all the powers were lying with the function, yeah, and it's with the project. Now, what can the fees also play the role of project manager? It is exactly what they do, right? So they have the functions are the people who are actually managing that, right? So they are the project manager, but they always have somebody in the project team who works as a project, how would you say that? A coordinator, yeah, because this multi-heading. He's working in the function and he's working temporary project guy, temporary project manager. That functional organization. I hope it is clear to all of us. Yeah. Same type of organization that you have is called the project-based organization. Now, that's absolutely opposite to what you have just heard about the functional one. You see, functional organization, there was no project manager, right? In a project-based organization, that is also called the heaven for the project manager. So you have only the project managers and no functional head. So the head of the sales, it would be sales. There would be HR. There would be HR projects. So thing for them is a project. And if you take an example of any of the consulting companies, just like Accenture or IBM, now these companies are almost turning out to be the productized organizations. So these companies has their own different verticals, various different domains. They have on permanent teams there, and they receive an EOP every year, and they take the projects as per their own choice, and they go and do that project, right? Organized. So in a projectized organization, we have 0 powers with the functional guy, and we have 100% powers with the project manager. Where functional organization, functional guy has 100% of powers, and the guy has 0 powers. You give me a yes chat window, please. Yeah. Finally, we reach out to the matrix organization. Now, as I said earlier, matrix again is of 3 types. Now, the base of that. Okay. The project no. They in the projectized organization are themselves the project managers. What line management is basically an operations to me. So that's an operations to me. That's not a project. Yeah. So now the third category which talks about administration, the based on the powers which are vested and shared between the project manager and the functional manager, we have different matrices. The weak matrix organization. The difference between weak matrix organization and the functional organization is just that in weak matrix organization you actually have a project manager who has powers, whereas in the when it comes to the functional organization, there is no project manager. Here you have the project manager, but project manager is basically helps because he's reporting back to the function head. So he's go back and beg for the resources, equipments, right? because he has very limited powers in the project. So they're called the weak matrix, where a project manager is weak, right? Then you have matrix. Now, balance matrix organization, the power is distributed between the functional manager and the project manager. So it says that okay, a few things that the project manager can do, and some other things that the project functional manager can do. So the this in the power. So I have 50% power, and you also have 50% power. So I can do a few things, and you can do a few things. That is called balance matrix. And we have the strong matrix organization. Strong matrix organization. Strong matrix organization is when in a matrix the project manager does not report to a functional head. Report to a functional head. What he instead do is he reports to the head of the project managers. If you visualize that, it will become clear that then reporting back to the head of the function, the project manager reports back to the head of my, that means head of the projects. Just like Vatika Chakravarti sir was he was the president projects. So we have a separate division for project management, right? So we were strong matrix organization. So although that, yeah, so I'm not reporting to the functional manager. Now, hear me out. Hear me out. I said hold your questions for 5-7 minutes, right? Right? Because reporting to the project to the functional manager, I think so. If need couple of resources for me, I go and demand those resources from my boss. Now, my boss, the head of the projects, is the same peer as of the functional head, right? He would not go and request. He go and demand, and he say, okay, Mr. Shah, I want you to give couple of those resources to my chap tomorrow because his way is getting good. You know, we are not providing him the resources. Now, the project manager actually has more powers in the project because I think he would go back to his manager rather than the functional head, right? And he would get it done through him, of the project managers. So, matrix organization. Now, if you want to remember those, you can remember them by single words. Now, I'm telling you those words and please write them down. If you remember functional organization, you can simply remember it by the word silo. S-I-L-O. Make sense? Because that is silo organization. Everybody reports back to one functional head. Yeah? Ours are with functional heads. No are with the manager. That is silo. That is the organization. Now, organization can be recalled by no home. Oh, no, H-O-M-E, home. No home. Yeah? Organization, there is no functional head. There are only project managers with their permanent team. And they own AOPs and they do the project as per the AOP. Now, as long as the project is running, you have the work. But about once the project is over, do you have a function to go back to? Can you hear? That is called no home. Thing you have is bench. Yeah? And talking about it. In the in the consulting world, so I hear it a lot, right? Okay, we're doing nowadays. Well, I'm upgrading myself. You're upgrading yourself. You're sitting on the bench. Yeah, doing yourself, man. Yeah, bench of your salary or thing. Yes. Project manager reports to the functional head. Yeah, he reports back to his manager. Oh, then you have the organization, guys. Now, matrix organization can be recalled by a phrase which is I'm right here. Many bosses. Why? Because team members who are working in those organizations are in a dilemma and knows it better than my spouse. Wife works in a matrix organization and that balance matrix organization. So she's working in administration, but she's also a part of the right. So boss, the head of the admin, wants her to do the things which he assigns to her, and her project manager wants her to do the things that he assigns to her. Comes back home, and my wife is comes from a very different community. She is a Sikh. So there is Sikh community in India. If you know about it, uh, we call it the Sardars, right? So my wife is a Sardar. She is back home. She's like frustrated. She's frustrated when she comes back home, and she'll always come back, and ask me the same thing. What did I do? You are in such a renewed project management consulting company. You in that company, can't you help your spouse in telling her what should be done? Leave the job, go somewhere else. Help that. So famous in project management. You can't suggest me anything, right? Okay. So why that happens? Because she is working in a matrix organization. So that is multiple bosses, and she needs to respond to both of them. Is gone because we're gonna do it outside, so not worried about it. Okay. So these are the three type of organization. Are we clear here? Yes, chat window. Please said hold your questions and stay with me for 5 minutes. Once you understand that, then you ask the question. Otherwise, the question coming and it would become difficult to move it. Okay, so I'm going to show you some graphics here. So if you put a functional organization, you see that on the screen right now? You see, this is called functional organization, guys. So you have the functional heads and you have the resources, both the normal resources and the project resources. And both of them are actually reporting back to the functional heads. Do you project manager here? Do you? No, because the is managed by the functional heads. The team members, the resources, as the project coordinator. Some of one of these team members can also work as a project coordinator. Manager reports to in a week. Strong. In a weak and balance, he reports back to the functional head. For strong matrix, he reports back to his manager, the manager of the project manager. Functional organization here, right? So the next part, which would talk about project type. Hang on. Stay with me. Can you still hear me? Yeah. Can you test check one? Guys. Okay. Smile flipped. So almost. So we have the projectized organization. Now that is in functional organizations. Projects are generally not large scale. No, even large scale project, it is managed by the functional heads. That's all. I mean, in very big companies who are functional, they work in the kinds wherein less of the project related activities and more of the operational related activities. That yeah, businesses. A strong sponsor need or needed not be under the PMO. No, it is not only with the strong matrix. For any organization, any of the organization type, it is not important that the project sponsor should always come from the PMO. No, the project sponsor in it, or the project sponsor can be a separate guy. Yeah, or projectized organization here. Now, what do you see on the screen here? If you focus, the project manager one has a permanent team, project resource and the project resource, right? Everybody is reporting back to the project manager. Do we see any functional head here? Yes or no? So the project manager is God here. The decisions. Now would have his own budget for the entire year, and based on the budget, he take on the projects, right? But the problem is when the projects are not there, all his chaps would be sitting on the bench. They don't have any work to do. So the maximum utilization of the resources cannot happen if working on a projectized organization, right? Or you need to have back-to-back projects. So the moment you get time or your one project gets over, you should immediately go and start the other project, right? Either you should have that much of time with you, then only you can have projectized. So mostly you would see the consulting companies are organizations, right? Mostly organization. Now that's a balance matrix organization right here. Okay, not the balance matrix. You have the strong matrix here. So you have both the teams here, right? So you have the functional heads and you have the project management team, right? What does in consist is this consult? I'm not saying that. Mostly you would see this structure. You found this structure in the consulting companies, right? Now consulting companies has sections, right? So just like their project section goes absolutely as per the projectized structure, and entire company can still be going as a matrix structure. That can happen. So projectized, and for perspective for the rest of the businesses as usual, they go matrix. Yes, this is on projects only. How the consulting company thrives, isn't it? They serve on projects only. Then the matrix organization resources report to functional managers are also aligned to the project managers. You can see here the resources are reporting to the project manager, and he is also reporting to the functional manager. Right? The authority of the project manager is the weakest in the weak matrix and strongest in the strong matrix. It's for optimal utilization of the resources. Now, this is exactly I said. Why? It is the optimal utilization of the resources, that as long as you are working in the project, that's okay. The moment the project is over, you go back to your function and starts working on your functional stuff. It is your dual role, right? So project, that's fine. When you do projects, you always have an option to go back to your function and working there. So it is the maximum utilization of the resource. The resource is not lying without any work. Always has some work to do, right? So this is the matrix organization. Many bosses here. Understood that, guys? Yeah. These the organization insists on technical specialization, domain expertise for project managers means we think to functional organization structure or matrix. No, if you want a specialization, make you a functional organization, right? The organization, whether it is a function one or a matrix one, will be dependent upon the path that you have with you, Subbu. So that, and guys, send this to me, because the rest of the people are not able to read that question. Yeah. What company is being acquired over in process for sometimes needs to report to both. Is it metrics from the perspective of projects? Yes. One question regarding these strong metrics. Project manager. Sarkar, to answer your question, question, the project manager not necessarily is the program manager or the portfolio manager. Right? He can be a more experienced project manager who's been given the authority to do all the project work in the organization. Simple as that. Just like I gave you an example. So we had a project division, Vertical Limited. The head was a gentleman called Mr. Kangan Chakravarti. This guy had 42 years of experience. Manager, right? And all used to report to him. And he do not report to anybody in the organization. He reports straight to the CEO. And so it is the CEO himself, Gautam, right? And similar is the case with the head of the finance. So therefore, reports to the CEO. This is the case with the divisions that has. So we, as the project division, were not reporting to the program manager. So Mr. Chakravarti was not a program manager. He was still on the head of the projects, right? So all the projects are his responsibility. Simple that. These are interrelated projects, so that's why he is not a manager, right? Right? Matrix organization. Yes. Organizations, guys. Now let's talk about the advantages and the disadvantages of working in all those, right? So what are the advantages of a functional organization? Organization, clearly defined career path, greater specialization and skill development, as I said earlier, because you keep on working on a particular topic, you keep on doing the same kind of stuff over and over again, become an expert of that. So that's here. Multiple workforce, because the function manager can make you work and on anything, right? So the moment you say, sir, I'm done with my work, and he would say, okay, come here, then do this, right? He would make you more flexible, right? Less confusion because of the reporting structure. So you have only one manager, so you don't have to report to anybody else, and of the clear advantages that you have. So there is no confusion in the team, right? He reports back to the guy, and the disadvantages here. So departmental work gets high priority than the project work, because this is very temporary team, right? So they don't get enough important to the project work, and always it is the departmental work which takes a priority. No path in project management, so you can't enter the project manager because you don't know anything about project management. Even a functional organization, right? Digitized, better execution within the project. That's the same permanent team who is working over and over again, just like the one say one corp of Marines do so many operations together that they in fact know what guy is saying just by looking at the face. So know each other pretty well. So their communication between the project is pretty solid. Right? They understand each other's gestures, everything, right? This is the same thing that happens with the project teams. We can keep on working with so many of those projects together that they understand each other pretty well, right? More loyalty towards the project goals, because you have only the projects with you. You don't have anything else to do. So you're more loyal towards your project goals, right? Less use of resources. Most of the times when there is no project, you are just relying on the right. No roles when the project is completed. Less use skill development. Your skills are limited because you do not do anything else. You do a particular task, so you're limited to use skill development. Now, matrix organization advantages: better coordination, better, right? You are within the team, the coordination is good. Optimum utilization of the resources. So as I said, when you are not working on projects, you are working on your work as usual, right? These are high potential for conflict. We have the priorities. The project manager wants something else. The functional manager wants something else. So there will be higher conflict, great communication complexity, and the overhead. Because so that's pretty difficult to communicate. The structure type, right? So you functions going on, you have the project going on, and communication becomes more complex here. So that's the advantage of this. So I have their advantages and disadvantages, guys. Is it clear to all of us, guys, here? Good. Okay. Then let's on to the project life cycle versus the product life cycle. Now, since morning, somebody has been asking me about the product, right? That one iPhone would be, right? Which of the one is better out there? I believe, if you take my opinion, I believe a balance matrix or a strong matrix is a very good organization because it has the proper utilization of the resources and also gives enough power to the manager. I would never want the project manager to have all the powers. Sorry, I would not want that. The more power that you have as a project manager, more stupid things you do in the project, right? So those checks and balances in place. I believe this matrix or a strong matrix can also work because strong matrix again you don't have all the powers. You eventually reports back to the middle of the project manager. So you have somebody to hold you up. You have to hold you up. Yeah. You can decide, and the organizations can decide. Okay. The cycle versus the product life cycle, guys. What is project life cycle? First, initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. Right? Life cycle is more elaborated in which it actually spun through many of these projects. Right? In that, the project cycle limits from the initiation of a project until the closure. Product life cycle encompasses the operational and maintenance as well. Product life cycle starts with the conception of the product and goes until its withdrawal from the market when it becomes obsolete. Right? The product life cycle is long and it requires or spawn many projects over its life. A project life cycle depends upon the control needs of the performing organization, the organizational preferences, which is defined in the project execution methodology. Now, let's take an example of a product, and let's take the same iPhone. Somebody talked about iPhone in the morning, right? When you conceptualized when the Apple conceptualized iPhone, was the project itself doing it? And I'm talking about iPhone 1 right now. Project. It had a timeline that if we need to launch this product in the market, the design should be completed by this time. And was so huge that it was a separate project. What happened? Development. Now, development itself was a project. Correct? Result. A test case. Right? Then was developed. Long the project in the market would take a marketing project and a sales project. Yes. So this device goes in the market. The sales, logistics, everything was a part of a project. The logistics is an operation. The channel says figuring out the partners. How much time do we have to figure out those partners? Banners, hoardings, where it would be. How much time do we have for the printing? All that was a part of the project, correct? Now, product was launched in the market. I'm talking about iPhone 1, 2005, right? iPhone 2005, 2006. when it came to right? Yeah. So iPhone 1 came into the market that as an of the box device, which was probably the first touch screen device, right? An option of touching the screen, and that phone was amazing. In that era, for 2006, it was a fantastic device, right? Then the upgrades within the iPhone 1 only, there were many upgrades which were done. Now all of these upgrades were small projects. You agree on that? Now hitting the software and updating those softwares was when iPhone 1 was flourishing, trending, people liking it. Everybody wanted an iPhone, Apple device. The first iPhone 1 came to India in 2006. It was 45,000 rupees. 2007, that was 45,000 rupees in India, and the costliest phone. In but I could actually buy a laptop for that much amount of money. Those phones, iPhone, but then steadily as Apple developed the iPhone 2, iPhone 1 became obsolete. Correct? Became obsolete. Now to remove the iPhone 1 from the market and put in iPhone 2 in the market. Correct? Is that in? Now all of iPhone 1 is when this product life cycle ends for iPhone 1. Cycle of iPhone 2 begins. Again, to development, to all that, etc. All this, everything product life cycle. So a project and that are two different things. Yeah, a product has nothing to do with earlier concept in which we were talking about the program and the portfolios. Correct? Relationship between these two, and that just stay with me when you come down here. So may go through multiple projects. Yes. 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 On to the project lifecycle versus the product lifecycle. The Apple iPod. So they took the iPod. I took the iPhone. Right? Isn't it a product? Over of its product life, there were many products that enhanced its functionalities and added the features. This and their life cycle was determined by the control needs of Apple, which typically emphasize time to market priorities and high quality. The own as a product exhibited life cycle of conceptions, introduction, maturity, decline, and withdrawal as the new products will replace it. Knows is the iPod now. Do you iPod? One point of time, iPod was something, man. So my of 85 to the mid of 90s, my dream to have a Walkman. You heard about Sony Walkman? Yeah, that was my dream. To have Sony Walkman. You got it. That not this Walkman, the Walkman. So we had this cassettes with us. Yeah, so I'm talking. What? 89, 90. So when I got that, I was so happy, and I was very young guy, right? I was what? Uh, in my 20s. I mean, so I was like 18, 19 years of age. So when I got that, 16 years of age, in fact, very young chap. On that, so I used to hang it outside, have those, walk on the road, show to people that I have that with me. You think that at that point of time, it was a product, right? So the upgrades started coming up. So then Sony launched the watch which has Mickey Donald and Mickey and Minnie Mouse print on it. Then the Spider-Man one came in, Super Walkmans came in. For the upgrades again, right? And then decline came. So when the CD man came up, the man we had the disc man in 96, 95, we had man coming up in the market, right? That was when this product was declined, and we went on with the disc man because that's it could have only 18 songs each side, and this could have like 30 songs to it, right? 30 songs, and it was more compact, viable product. So this. Look at Sony's, a Walkman series, right? Would see that how it from conception it went to introduction to maturity to the decline, and that reminds my childhood as well. So that's an example of the product life cycle, guys, right here. Things, right? Those days, electricity in India. Anybody who's sitting outside, I can tell you that 20 years back, India, you out of 24 hours, you have electricity only 9 hours. So you'll be walking 9 hours electricity. Mike, can you hear me? Am I audible? Yes, 20 years back, right? Okay, product life cycle versus the project life cycle, guys. Moving on to the differences. The management process and the project life cycle. Now, today, correct. So, now very important thing here. Project life cycle versus the project management processes. What is the difference between the life cycle and project management processes? Now, life cycle addresses the question what to do to get the work done. The life from one industry to the other industry. You remember I said, yes, the business groups are not phases. They are not the life cycles because the phase and the cycle can vary from one kind of industry to the other kind of industry, whereas the process groups will remain the same. If it is remain initiation, if it is planning, it would remain planning, right? But phases and the life cycle components may change. This is what it is saying here. Project life cycle, what do to get the work done? The project cycle varies by the industry. Different processes, though, they are. Just for example here, so the project management processes addresses the question what to do to manage the project. Yeah, what to manage the project. Project management process are likely to be the same across the industries. For example, industry life cycle includes understanding requirements in requirement analysis phase, requirement design phase, coding, writing the code and implementing the functionalities in the coding phase, debugging of code in the testing phase, installation of the software at the customer location, and providing support in the options and support. That's the life cycle of a IT software product. In develop schedule process, one needs to develop the project schedule irrespective of the industry or domain he's working in. So here, so that I was saying, the project management processes does not change, and life cycle may change from one kind of project to the other kind of project. Is clear to all of us? Give me a quick yes in the chat window, please. Yeah. So have differences. But so we already know this, right? The project management process, initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, control, closing. So the moment you start the initiation, as you remember yesterday, I said the moment controlling process starts from initiation to the planning to execution, back to planning, back to execution, and you close the project. and monitoring control in upper umbrella all above it, right? So we talked about it yesterday, yes? Yeah? Okay. Okay, more differences here. So those processes, in planning, execution, monitoring control, and closing. It establishes the vision of what the project will accomplish, defines and authorizes the project or a project phase. Plan establishes the total scope of the project, defines and refines objectives and plans the coordination required to attain the objectives and scope of which the project was undertaken. You remember those 24 processes that out yesterday? They are establishing the target, they are defining and refining the objectives for us. Execution, 10 processes. It and coordinates people and other resources to carry out the project plan and agree to the scope of the now it get people. That's why you remember that in execution there were 3 processes in the resource management. You remember that we talked about yesterday? In the execution of the resources, a team develop the team and manage the team. Because that we are doing, that is the resources who are doing it. Then control, another 12. Monitor and measures the progress regularly in order to identify the variances from and appropriate corrective actions can be taken when necessary. And process group formalizes acceptance of the product, service, or result and the project to a project or a project phase to an orderly end. So these processes move. So if you remember the tea making example yesterday, the morning tea example yesterday, took as the very first project of ours, it's into every component of these, right? So being absolutely what we were doing there practically, we are doing the same stuff here in the group. Of the process, the 49 processes that we have, what is of that? We have basically 3 things in a process. So we have inputs, then we have the tools and techniques, we have the outputs. The using the tools and techniques converted into the outputs, basically, right? Now, how? So those project inputs, the process inputs going in, we have 3 things. We have the triggers, we have the process controls, and we have the enablers. These things which are there inside the tools and techniques. So those are the process owners, the policies, the objectives, documentation, feedback. All of these are called process controllers. Then you have enablers, the resources and the capabilities. These are the enablers. And the process activities, matrices, improvements, procedures, roles, and instructions. Takes the input, it goes the process control, the processes, and the enablers comes out. Now process outputs can further go as input for some other process as well. So definition of a process is a set of activities designed to accomplish a specific objective. Takes defined inputs and turn them into defined outputs. A process may include roles, responsibilities, tools, and man controls required to deliver the output. Right? 3 areas: management controls, process controls, process, and they have the processes. So these are things that it takes in order the output. Now, when we do the details of those 49 processes, you would come to know the inputs, the tools and techniques, and outputs of all the processes, all 49 processes, and I'll do it that you understand them. So this process, so just need to remember input, tools and techniques, and output. Can we do this bit? Right now. The project flow. Now that's very important screen, and I want you guys to take a snapshot. So what I do here is I'm gonna actually zoom it out a bit. Okay. Now can we see that? Yes. just take a snapshot of this and let me zoom it out a bit more for you. There you go. Take that with you. The workflow, the workflow. If you understand it today, you will be able to use it throughout the course. Now this, you understand a few terms. Those terms here. Performance data. Can you see that on the screen? Work performance information, and then your performance report. These three things, right? Execution process, and project control. These you? Mic test, you guys. Yeah. Okay. Take around 15-20 minutes. What is the time? That's 1:04. Okay. So just take the feed the snap, and we'll start from here. We'll start our next class, right? So I'll not go unnecessarily 15-20 minutes. I know I need 20 minutes for that. So I'll do it in the next class. So we're going to start the next class from here. Okay. Discussion today, right? And a discussion that we had. So just an ending presentation. Okay. So guys, for joining today's session, for any further query, question, clarification, you can through the question and answers, simply to our help and support. If you like the way the session, the 4 hours went today, please rate us. So rate us on the basis of the content, the WebEx and Get Certified team. So if you're satisfied with the way our session today, please 9 and 10, because unless that unsatisfactory for us. And then question which is asked to us as well, that why that happened. So plus 9 and 10 if you think also share on you can share us on your Twitter, G plus YouTube, right? Please take out some time and right. You can write a quick review at mouseshare.com to those sites. Yeah, and if you would want to volunteer to give an on-camera testimonial, also we arrange the Simply Learn Media team will be happy to make an appointment with you. Thanks for joining today's session. Next week, and now look forward to that. It'll be fantastic next week now, because the exciting topics would come up. Thank you so much for joining today's session. I'm gonna now. Thank you. Thank you. Week ahead. You should study. Go and study the OSL. Do the OSL. Yeah, I take care of my health. I still have only one session to go in the evening. Then probably I'll take for a couple of days. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks a lot. When you log into your LMS, you have those video tutorials, right? The chapter do those. Do those. Thanks for joining. I am Pankaj.